The U.S. Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. So this is an alert put out several hours ago by the State Department as an update for U.S. citizens abroad. Worldwide caution. That's what we're going to discuss on today's live stream. So I want to welcome you to the hangout, to the chat, to the stream. And before I go any further, I'll make sure everybody can hear me and make sure that I'm broadcasting on all my platforms. So anyhow, welcome to the show. Appreciate y'all joining us. So let me go around the horn here. See if I'm up on my other platforms. Are we up on Twitch? Hey, good morning, Steve. Says it sounds good. Thank you very much. Then Cypod's checking in from Jakarta. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's see, and if anybody's on Twitch or Kick, if you could let me know how the audio is. Let me check and see if we're live on Kick. What we're going to discuss today is this worldwide caution that has been issued by the State Department. Okay, so going around the horn, looks like I'm up on Kick. So if you're watching from Kick, thank you very much for tuning in. Coral C, how are you? Therapist checking in from Japan. Mark Shields checking in from Texas. So thank y'all very much for joining us on the stream. So let's see. I'm trying to make sure I pushed all my right buttons. I just need to check Twitch here and then we will continue. Yeah, looks like we're up and running on all the platforms. Okay, so I'll just start out by reading the bulletin that they put out, and then I'll give you my take as an American abroad, how I interpret it and how I react to it. But here we go. This is off of travel.state.gov, worldwide caution. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. The location? Worldwide. The event? Due to heightened tensions in the Middle East, the security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation. We remind Americans in the region of the continued need for caution and encourage them to monitor the news for breaking developments. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide, and especially in the Middle East, to exercise increased caution. Americans abroad should follow the guidance and security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Flight cancellations and periodic airspace closures may cause travel disruptions. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Okay, so let's throw that out there again. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. Let's see. Talking about blah, blah, blah. Okay, the rest of it's not really pertinent there. But that's the alert. And then I said, okay, since I'm sitting here in the Philippines, let me go over and see what, okay, there you go. There's the actual alert from the website. I'll just scroll down so we can record it into the historical record. I should have put that up there while I was reading it. Okay, so before I go to the U.S. Embassy, let me just catch up on your comments. Let's see. FM Vila, how are you? Checking in from Los Angeles. Heath, over in Gary, Indiana. Patrick, how are you? Mark checking in from Washington State. BA over in Patia. Let's see. BMTZ Martinez coming from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Hope you're doing well. Patrick in Virginia. Geraldine in Pennsylvania. See Mike checking in from Tennessee. Alan in Canada. Let's see, Overwatch, how are you? Checking in from Waco. And then Angelo. Got a sunny day. Yeah, it's pretty much beautiful weather here in the Philippines. And later on in the broadcast, I'll do my Philippine update. But basically, we're talking about this worldwide caution that was just put out by the State Department. And, you know, talking about not just the Middle East, outside the Middle East as well. Let's see, Douglas checking in from Houston, the Gambler, and Exit 61. How are you? So let's just go over to the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. Now, over the top of their site, they've got the worldwide caution link right there. So I click on that link, and doesn't really go anywhere. Okay, so nothing, doesn't look like anything specific coming out of the U.S. Embassy here. So there you go. That's the alert that we're going to discuss, and you know, just do some speculating like Ron Burgundy. Is this the true purpose of the alert, or is this just a hey, heads up, we're about to escalate things over there militarily, and this is just a way of putting the information out there to CYA to cover their ass. Let's see, Expat, how you doing? Pro Media in East Texas. Let's see, Ethan's talking about we have one missing soldier, and I believe 2 dead in Jordan. I'll start pulling that source material up in a minute. Nature checking in from La Union. And Overwatch, I think a lot of folks share the same mindset. I'm basically just tired of hearing about what the U.S. is going to do. Just do it. And that's in the words of my Filipino wife. There's too much blah, blah, blah. Just bomb them already and get it over with. Now, look, whatever the course of action is going to be, everybody is just, they're tired of the talk. Nobody believes what the Iranians say. Nobody believes what DJT says. A little less talk and a lot more action. I think that's what most folks are feeling these days. Just tired of listening to them blah, blah, blah. Let's see, JXX, checking in from the Beltway. Hope you're doing well, my friend. All right, so let's just get into some of the stuff that's been going on. And I'll just go to various news sources. I don't have any favorite news source. I just pull up whatever's in front of me. So, you know, headlines on Fox News. State Department sounds worldwide alarm for Americans after Iran's deadly escalation. There's 2 U.S. service members in Jordan killed, several medically evacuated in Iranian attacks, according to CENTCOM. Iran vows that the regional infrastructure will be crushed if U.S. follows its warnings. That's coming out of Fox News. Let's go over to something more regional here. Al Jazeera. U.S. bombs Iran again as Trump mourns 2 soldiers killed in Jordan. Let's see, damage visible at Iran's bridges and water plant after U.S. attacks. Iran suggests that the MOU is suspended as 50 killed in U.S. strikes in July. It's just nothing but talk. There's just absolutely nothing but talk. Let's see, coming from Iran International, U.S. begins the 8th night of strikes to punish Iran over troop deaths. Residents are reporting missile impacts on Iran's Qeshm Island. Explosions are heard in Iran's Bandar Abbas and Qeshm Island, more reports. And then you've got this tough talk here from the former Iranian foreign minister, Mataki. He said Tehran has the capability to carry out a ground operation against the U.S. and seize one of its military bases in Iraq, Kuwait, or Bahrain. He's now a Tehran representative in Iran's parliament, made the remarks on state television saying that the capture of a base and 200 U.S. personnel could force Washington to halt its military campaign. So it seems that neither side are backing down. It's just actually quite the opposite. A lot of talk, but that's a pretty bold statement that's coming out of Iran. Hey, let's just capture 200 U.S. personnel, hold them hostage, and we can get them to back down. So that's some of the rhetoric and talk coming out of Iran. Let's see, Chris checking in from Daewoo. Kevin, how are you? Political bullshit, goodbye. All right, well, have a good day over there, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, Mark says, how can you protect you and your family when the PI won't let you have a gun? I don't feel the need that I need to be armed over here. And that's part of what we'll talk about with these alerts. Let me just up front say, I'm not here to fearmonger or to cause anybody to change their travel plans. I'm actually quite the opposite. Out of all the Americans who are not in America right now, living in other places around the globe, to us this basically means nothing. I can't speak for everybody. These alerts mean nothing to me because they issue these alerts all the time, and for me they're eerily reminiscent of the color code threat levels after 9/11. After a few weeks, nobody paid attention to that crap. So when you live abroad, you get all of these alerts if you watch or if you listen to the State Department, and all the alerts over the years that they put out, you would just in a constant state of fear. Okay. Other than for the purposes of what I'm doing right now, I don't check the U.S. Embassy site. I don't need to listen to their alerts. And I'm certainly not going to change my lifestyle or my life based on any of these alerts. So let me just make myself clear up front. I'm not here to fearmonger, but this is what they're putting out. This is what they're putting out. Change your travel plans if you're going on vacation? No, maybe unless you're vacationing in Iran. I wouldn't change my travel plans. I'm not going to pack my suitcase and run back to Mississippi. None of that stuff. I'm quite the opposite. Some people are. Some people are frightened when they put these alerts out. But it's just one of those things, like every time I've ever been on a flight going somewhere sketchy, let's just use the word sketchy so everybody understands the mind frame. You sit next to somebody on the plane, be careful. Be careful. So dangerous there. So dangerous there. It's so dangerous there. If you listen to all the warnings in life, you would never leave your house. So this means nothing to me. I'm not changing my day. I'm not packing up. Don't need a bodyguard. This does not concern me at all. It's not changing the way I handle business outside the U.S. It's not changing my travel plans. It doesn't elevate my blood pressure. Okay? So I just wanted to make that make that point clear. I'm not sitting here trying to tell everybody to change your travel plans or pack your suitcase and run back to America. It's quite the opposite. That's it. It's just cover your ass alerts for the State Department. If you ever been around the State Department and their mentality, they're the biggest scaredy cats on the face of the planet, which is just ironic because they're supposed to be worldly people abroad, and they're afraid of their own shadows. So I'm certainly not going to listen to what some scaredy cats tell me from their cubicle in the embassy. There we go. See, Kentucky Tom still flying to Cebu next month. Fuck Iran. There you go. That's the mentality. Okay. Be aware of what they're putting out. Okay. Noted. That's how I look at it. They're putting out an alert. Fucking noted. Here we go. Same shit, different day. They're just covering their ass from the cubicle. The cubicle bandits. The good idea fairy. But the secondary question is it a CYA for, hey, something bigger is about to happen and we're just covering our ass? Let's see. Mark says they're retiring in Clark. All right. Yeah. According to the U.S. side, their military has been destroyed. How can they attack a base? Yeah, people are don't believe any of the messaging coming out of either side, which ain't nothing new. I don't believe anything the government tells me on any subject. Okay, so let's go on and just talk. Let me get my article pulled up here. They're talking about how the U.S. strikes cut roads and bridges in southern Iran as ground assault talks grow. I'm just going to read this article. This is 14 hours ago, coming out of Iran International. And the question is, taking out these bridges, tunnels, and rail links across southern Iran, is this a prelude for a limited ground invasion? That's what this article is going to talk about. So let's just go over it. Okay, U.S. strikes have destroyed bridges, tunnels, and rail links across southern Iran in a seventh straight night of attacks, severing roads to the Strait of Hormuz coast and feeding talk in Washington and Tehran that a ground assault may follow. On the ground in Hormozgan province, the damage has fallen heavily on the civilian road network, and the tally has grown by the day. On Friday, the provincial governor's office said 6 bridges have been struck in Khamir County alone, cutting the Bandar Abbas to Lahore Highway. Let's see, its list ran from the Garava Bridge to spans near the villages of Latandan and Maru, with residents told to keep off the routes and leave them clear for rescue teams. Okay, so it's no secret that the U.S. is hitting bridges. But if you're hitting bridges concentrated in a certain area, leading to a certain area, well, 2 and 2 is 4. It makes sense. Maybe they're just prepping the battlefield in anticipation of some type of ground campaign. Why? So the Iranians can't send troops and equipment to that area. You don't got to be a rocket scientist to figure it out. Within a day, officials were adding to it. The Shahid Mirzai road tunnel was reported damaged in both directions. Alright, so they took out a tunnel. Let's see, the Rudkana Shore Bridge was hit on the Bandar Abbas to Surjan route. and 2 more bridges were damaged on the road from the Menab Junction toward Rouen. Okay, so a lot of activity going on in that area. The attacks have also reached utilities. Iranian media reporting missile strikes on power facilities and desalination pumps in the coastal city of Jask, leaving some 10,000 people in 20 villages without water. Okay, well, here's just some speculation, right? But how do you make people want to leave an area? This is just one point of speculation. Well, if you don't got no water, there's no desalination plant working, or the pumps aren't working, how are you going to stay around there, right? It's just speculation. How do you make people want to get off of a nuclear submarine? Okay, the Tehran Daily described as civilian infrastructure that guides shipping and coordinates sea rescues. This place was hit for the 3rd time in a week. Okay, it's this maritime control tower at Chabahar. We saw that on the news where they hit that tower. It guides shipping and coordinates sea rescues. They hit that thing for the 3rd time in a week. So if you're just reading this article and you don't read anything else, it looks like they're trying to isolate that area because somebody's about to take the beach. Okay, a port city going quiet. This cumulative effect is visible in Bandar Abbas, the provincial capital and Iran's main commercial gateway on the strait. Iran International has learned that the city has gone semi-dormant under the naval blockade, the severing of its road links, and the activity at Shahid Rajeh, the country's largest container port, reduced to a minimum. Okay, so again, the largest container port, half the port's workforce has been laid off in recent weeks. Those still employed are working for minimal pay. And yes, please. And more than 4,000 containers are stranded in the port's yards. So the blockade closed the sea route weeks ago. Now the strikes on the bridges are now closing the roads. Again, if you just use deductive reasoning and read into this, what does it look like is happening? And this is just purely speculation. And I'll pull up a map here. I want to pull up a map and just see the area that we've got in question. It's going to get a little bit noisy here for a minute. I'll have to go over here to my other computer. I'm going to put a map of the area that we're talking about. Okay, there we go, right there. Just put it in perspective. Obviously, the Strait of Hormuz right here, and this is the area that they're talking about in this article. Okay, so again, the blockade closed the sea route weeks ago. The strikes on the bridges are now closing the roads. So continuing on, the talk of a ground campaign. And again, I'm just quoting an article from Iran International. So let me go to your comments before I go over the next part of the article. Let's see. Hey, Kenny, how are you? Let's see. Arts was for chow today. I had two fried egg and some fried rice for breakfast. Let's see. And Jay says ground troops are coming. There you go. Every overseas port you went to, there was a threat assessment. There's always the warnings. And some people, they really take these warnings to heart, and it scares them, and they react to them. And the rest of us, we're always living on some type of level of alert. I don't need the State Department to tell me how to live my life. So there's different ways and perspectives that we look at these alerts. See Paulie checking in from Foley, Alabama. Robin, how are you? Redneck and Peni, how are you? Yeah, and there's so many conflicting reports. Nobody knows what to believe at this point. But the one thing me and my buddy were talking about that has happened is, part of shaping the battlefield, you have to shape public opinion. And at this point, I don't think there's many people on the side of the Iranians. So the GCC countries, I don't want to say everybody's on the same side as Israel, but at this point, nobody would lose. There wouldn't be any love lost if Iran got hit very hard. Everybody's ready to go back to life as normal, making money, what have you. Wherever you want to lay the blame, okay. But in shaping the battlefield and shaping people's opinions, I don't think the Iranians have many friends in the region. Okay, got Big Pumpkin bringing me some coffee here, and then we'll go to the... Thank you very much, baby. Thank you. Next part of the article is the talk of a ground campaign. Got me a nice cup of 3-in-1. They call it coffee here in the Philippines. It's like hot chocolate with a different flavor. Okay, Trump has made no secret of the targeting. He told Fox News this week that the United States would knock out Iran's power plants and bridges unless the Iranians returned to negotiations, and said the strikes would continue until I say it's enough. Asked in the same interview about sending ground troops, the president declined to rule it out. Sometimes you need a ground campaign, he said, adding, we have other people who would do the ground campaign for us. He said American forces had already struck Karg Island, the hub of Iran's oil exports, 2 or 3 times, with instructions to spare the oil terminals themselves. Now this is what me and my buddy discuss about. They're basically trying to fight this conflict without breaking a fully functioning gas station. Okay, now think about this. Iran is a functioning gas station. You go in there and you start breaking any infrastructure that supports that working gas station, it takes a long time to build that infrastructure back. And if I quote the stats off the top of my head, what is it? China gets 20% of their seaborne oil, their imports come from Iran. I think 20% of what's on the water comes right from that terminal. So if you go over there and break the gas station itself, that's a huge problem. Or if you break anything down in that chain that puts the gas station out of commission, that's huge. It's on the level of when the U.S. bombed those pipelines over there. They're blaming it on a bunch of Ukrainians with a fucking yacht. It's significant. The Art of War, that book right there. You know, Sun Tzu says to destroy a country when you're invading it is not so good. I think that's the words that's at least translated into English. Not so good. You want to try to take the country intact. So, in this sentence right here, he gave them clear instructions. Don't hit the gas station. Back in World War II, when they bombed ball bearing facilities, right? A ball bearing plant. Well, that has the trickle down, trickle up effect that now there's so many things that can't be built because they don't have ball bearings. So I think they're being very careful because of the order is do whatever you got to do against the military or targets that don't directly affect the gas station. And that's just one analogy. Okay, Koki says the best thing the U.S. can do is clear Bandar Abbas for 100 clicks. Is that what the objective is? Is to go in there, take that area, take a port, and just hold that limited area and try to defend that narrow part of the strait. And if you just looked at it from, is that a logical way to go? We don't need to invade the whole country. We just need to control that damn strait in that area. Let's see, Todd, how are you? Mr. G. Justin, Bookham Dano. All right, so let's continue on. Talk of a ground campaign. The vice president said the U.S. does not intend to send ground troops to Iran, leaving the administration's position less than settled. You know, and the question is the vice president starting to try to distance himself, thinking ahead to the next election for his own benefit? It almost seems like there's some differences going on. There's some different communication coming out. In Tehran, some of the loudest voices in the Islamic Republic's establishment are reading the map the same way. One of the hardline lawmakers wrote on social media that the destruction of the South's transport links was most likely the prelude to a ground attack, arguing that damaged roads and bridges would hamper the movement of Iranian forces ahead of any attempt to seize islands or key points on the coast. He reserved part of the message for his own government. Let's see. They're pointing the blame at each other for the ceasefire's collapse. Okay, Mr. Mohsen Rizai, an advisor to Iran's supreme leader and a former Revolutionary Guards commander. Now, let's talk about the Revolutionary Guards. From my perspective and my opinion, that's who's in charge of Iran. what's his name, Bahidi. There's basically been a coup. You've got the civilian leadership saying one thing, but the military's really in charge and they're not listening. It's a coup. So even if those guys in Tehran want to negotiate, the guards commanders are who's really in charge of the country. Nothing is going to change until that organization, as an organization, is destroyed. It's just the military's not listening to the politicians. They're the ones with the guns. It doesn't matter who got elected or what ink on paper says. If the guys with the guns don't voluntarily listen to the guys who don't have guns, how are you going to make them listen? They're the ones with the guns. Okay? So this guy is a former guards commander, still in the same mindset, just because he's up there in a suit and tie. Still got the same mindset. He warned that if U.S. strikes continue for several more days, Iran will move into what he called full-scale offensive operations. Analysts note that a week of airstrikes has not reopened the strait and that controlling it durably may ultimately require forces on the coast or islands that command it, a step no amount of bombing substitutes for. I mean, well, they're basically saying you're going to have to put boots on the ground to solve this problem. They don't say if the analysts are coming out of Iran or the U.S., they just say logic. Logic says you're going to have to put boots on the ground. Okay, blah, blah, blah from the UN. Who gives a shit what they have to say? 1949 Geneva Conventions prohibit attacks on sites essential to civilian. Ink on paper don't matter when the bullets start flying. When the bombs start dropping, you can't take your rules and hold them up like this and stop a bomb, or hold it up and stop a bullet. Nobody cares what the 1949 Geneva Convention says. Nobody cares what the UN says about fucking war crimes. Just wasting your breath. Useless organization. Oil prices climbed more than 4% on Friday to their highest level in over a month. A third straight weekly gain that adds pressure on Trump ahead of November's congressional elections. So we've always talked during these live streams about, you know, what's most important to a politician that's getting reelected. They obviously, one of the most important things to them is the elections. My buddy said, hell, they've already realized they're going to get tore up during the elections. But you know what? If gas prices dropped $1 a gallon a month before the elections, everybody's riding up down the road with a full tank of gas, maybe opinions change. We as humans, especially Americans, we got a very short attention span. So who knows? Okay. All right, so if you're just joining me, what we're discussing is the U.S. State Department has put out a worldwide caution, a worldwide alert. Not just for people in the Middle East, but for all of us around the world, Americans around the world. But the interesting part of the alert was when they were talking about, you can see it on the ticker there, but basically talking about U.S. diplomatic facilities getting hit outside the Middle East and or threats to them outside the Middle East. So as far as if you're an expat or you're trying to go on some type of international trip, don't let it, for in my personal opinion, don't let this travel alert change your vacation plans unless maybe you're going to the Middle East. Okay, but I'll tell you right now, if I had tickets booked to Dubai or Abu Dhabi I'm not canceling my trip, but I think the average person probably would. That's just my speculation. Again, I don't let this alert affect my life, but in the same sense, I'm putting it out there. This is what they're saying. Okay, over to your comments, and then we'll continue on with another related piece about why U.S. strikes are moving deeper into southern Iran. But the article that we just covered is basically alluding to the fact that, hey, looking on a map, the targets that they're hitting, the targets that they're hitting seem to suggest that they're prepping the battlefield for a limited ground invasion. I say limited, I mean, who knows, but it would make sense, some type of limited ground invasion to try to control that narrow part of the strait. Put boots on the ground. Okay, Stuart, how are you? Food prices in the U.S. are already breaking the back of the middle class, and the upcoming $250 a barrel of oil will finish them off completely. Sprocket says Mr. Trump has it sorted, no need to worry. Let's see. Your old man gaming. I blame all the rednecks who voted for Trump for this crap. So we've obviously got some differing opinions in the chat. That's quite all right. I think that's the problem with America, is that now we can't sit there and have a healthy debate without it either getting violent or people throwing their club into the woods and leaving the golf course. Let's see. Rune Johansson says TDS is real. Trump said in 2016 he would take out Karg Island. You can talk a mean game, but when it really comes down to it, sure, they could take out that island today, tomorrow. It's not smart to do so. You're destroying a major functioning gas station that a certain percentage of the world depends on. So if you look at the trickle down effect, right? Okay, you take out that gas station. Yeah, you cripple the Iranians, but you're also crippling everybody who depends on that. Okay, you, me, everybody that's buying trying to put gas in their motorbike or cooking with gas. So it's very easy to say, just take out the island, it'll cripple them, but it affects a lot more than just the Iranians. Again, you're trying to fight this thing without breaking a functioning gas station, and it's a really big gas station. Alright, Thomas says the United States will never put troops on the ground because the American people would never stand for it. Well, that's one way of thinking and looking at it, but when has my feelings or your feelings ever stopped them from doing anything? They're going to do it. I mean, how many do I need to quote? Vietnam, they did it. It took a long time for the American people to put an end to it. How was there an end to it? It was the Case Church Amendment. It took an amendment to get out of there. So I don't think our opinions are ever going to stop them from taking action. They don't listen to me or you. The rich and the politicians, they don't listen to us. At some point, the pressure will affect them, but Trump's not calling me up asking me for permission to do anything. Let's see, Lane's away, checking in from Southwest Florida. Studio looking good. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Okay, and Bookham Dana, what he meant is to take control. Yeah, so take control of it, good. Damage it, not good. All right, so let's go on to the next article that's sort of connected. This is 23 hours ago. And then this is coming from an Iran International. Let's see. See if I have. I believe this is the correct account. I got this off of a news source. There's so many Bola Twitter accounts. Sometimes you end up on the wrong one. So a lot of times I'm very skeptical as to whether or not I'm on the right account. But if this is the correct account, now that the American enemy is seeking to escalate the conflict, blah blah blah, have unforgettable lessons in store. So everybody's running that mouth. Everybody wants to run their flappers. That's supposedly the official account. The Great Satan, the criminal U.S., has now realized that the continuation of its trouble-free, domineering presence in the region is nothing but a naive fantasy. They spell fantasy wrong. Anyhow, anybody sends me nasty messages, I insist that they use proper spelling and grammar, or they just lose me. My brain just focuses on the spelling error, and then I can't take their threats seriously. Okay, let me see if I can pull up the latest from CENTCOM and see what's happening, what they're putting out. Okay, so today it's 6 p.m. I guess that would have been, is that 6 p.m. Eastern time? Anyhow, 3 hours old. U.S. forces begin launching new airstrikes against Iran. The strikes are designed to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping and swiftly punish the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who launched attacks against American service members in Jordan last night. You know, this tit for tat stuff, how long this can just go on forever. What me and my buddy were talking about. It's just tit for tat. It's not a way to end a fight. It's just tit for tat. And I also believe there's too much information coming out. There's just too much, like the old lady says, there's too much blah blah blah. Too much communication, the narrative, there's just so much info. Nobody knows what the narrative is anymore. Why do you got to put out these continuous updates on what you did and why? If you hit a person in the face hard enough, it don't matter why. All they're concerned about is that I got fucking hit in the face. No need to talk. No need to tweet. It's just like paper cuts going both ways. And I say that, I mean, we had service members dead. That's a huge deal. But if we continue this, it's just going to keep on. It's never going to end. It's just, there's no clear end to what they're doing. Just the back and forth, tit for tat. People will still be getting killed in ones and twos and threes. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Too much blah, blah, blah. Just bomb them already and get it over with. That's coming from my Filipina old lady. Old hippie, how are you? Yeah, nobody can have a discussion like an adult man anymore. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, we used to be able to have a discussion and talk, not get, might get emotional, but not pissed off and come to blows. Or, people throw their club and leave the golf course. Nowadays, it's hard, especially for us Americans, just to have a damn conversation. Okay, Robin says if you read into the warning from the U.S. Department of State, and then the threat that Iran made and wants to do, it is highly possible they intend on kidnapping Americans wherever they can. Now, that's what my buddy was talking about earlier. Now, I don't know if it was the same threat that I read where, this gentleman said, hey, let's just go take over one base, capture 200 American soldiers, hold them hostage, and they'll have to negotiate. My buddy said the article he read was just talking about kidnap Americans, period. Just kidnap some Americans somewhere, period, and hold them hostage. But again, I didn't read that. I'm just reading from what this gentleman reportedly said about just focusing on overrunning one base, take 200 of them, and now here we go, the 80s all over again. And the irony in that is when you look at that old interview from Trump, how he talks about this hostage situation is just ridiculous. It's because they don't respect us. If they respected us, they would never hold those hostages for 1 minute. And now here we are. They're still running their mouth about trying to do it. Probably just running that flapper, but you never know these days, right? Let's see, Thomas. Thomas says, love your channel. As far as the politics goes, that's because we let women in politics, and that's what happens. Thank you for the comment. Maybe if there was nothing but women in politics, it wouldn't be so much fighting. I don't know. What would happen then? See, Sam, how are you? Pro Media says what is needed is an overwhelming show of force on the Iranian military leaders. I'll still maintain that until the IRGC is destroyed as an organization, there's not going to be any dealing. There's not going to be any negotiations. Lane's Way says America cannot win this war. Trump has claimed victory 40 times in the last 4 months. Yeah, nobody believes anything coming out of either side. But again, I don't believe anything any government tells me in the first place. So am I surprised? No, I don't believe them anyhow. But with Trump on his Truth Social doing, and I didn't know the term, y'all said it's called flooding the stream. For a while he was winning because he was absolutely dictating the narrative with so much information that the press could not dwell on something negative or incorrect or bad he said. Because if they dwelled on it, they were reporting yesterday's news. It seemed to be working for a while. He was ahead of the curve. But then he seemed to put out too much information to where it just became so watered down that now nobody even believes anything the guy says anymore. So he was winning and then he lost it. He lost the momentum by saturating and flooding the stream. He flooded it too much. There's only a limit, whatever that limit is per day. Let's just put it in tweets, right? How many tweets per day would the average person really pay attention to before it's too much? And I think he went too far, put too much information out there on shit that nobody cared about. Like, I don't even go to his Truth Social anymore. It's on a tab. I'm not even gonna pull it up for several reasons. When I pull it up, there's a million ads. I'm sitting there clicking out of ads. It's a shitty platform. There's too many ads. Nice try to take over Twitter, but you ain't gonna do it. That Truth Social sucks as a platform. And he puts so much bullshit out there that has nothing to do with nothing. Now I don't even go there anymore. I'm not even gonna put it up on the screen because it would take me 10 minutes to scroll through the bullshit to find one pertinent piece of communication. So he was doing well in the beginning, and then just lost it. Yeah, he's definitely a salesman. His lips are moving, he is lying. Show me a politician that, if a politician's lips are moving, they're lying. Any of them. All right, so let's continue on here. If you're just joining me, I'm talking about, talking about that worldwide alert issued for U.S. citizens abroad. It's a worldwide caution. Again, I just put it up there for your review so you know what the State Department is saying. But, as an expat world traveler living outside the U.S., it's not impacting my day. Okay? It's not impacting my day at all. I'm not packing my suitcases and running back to the U.S. I'm not batting down the hatches. It's just another alert they put out to cover their ass. But as what we're reading into it, is this alert a CYA because they're about to, launch some type of operation over there? This is just the CYA. Okay? All speculation here. We're just having a discussion. Let's see, WV Calculus talking about mixing religion and politics. What this one article is talking about is that, a nation can be like multiracial, but if multicultural never works. That's the problem in America, because you got all these groups with their different cultures wanting to hold on to those cultures. And so nobody's on the same team. Don't matter what your skin color is or where you're from, if everybody's on the same sheet of music of the culture. That's a big problem in America. We have so many different cultures and nobody's willing to come together as one culture. And a great example of that, correct me if I'm wrong on the title of the movie, it's called The Second Civil War. It's like a satirical comedy, produced in the 90s. It's not a new movie, but I think it's called The Second Civil War. Recommend you watch it, and it's to the extreme of what I just explained. Like this state is run by folks from India, this state is run by Muslim folks, this state is, folks from China. They're all competing for their own agenda. There's nothing united about the United States. It's a great movie. I think it's called The Second Civil War. Let's see, Kentucky Tom, how are you? Guitar Jams, how are you? All right, got 86 thumbs up, 2 thumbs downs, and we're just discussing this worldwide caution. All right, I'm going to continue on with this article. The latest U.S. strikes on southern Iran may offer the clearest indication yet of how Washington's campaign around the Strait of Hormuz is evolving from retaliation to the systematic degradation of Iran's military infrastructure. American forces have been striking targets along Iran's Persian Gulf coast for almost a week. See, where's my map at? Okay. Iranian media reported that 8 people were killed as bridges, communications infrastructure, and a maritime surveillance tower were hit across 2 provinces. Okay, so on down the article. A limited ground roll. The widening campaign has also fueled speculation about whether Washington can eventually deploy ground forces inside Iran. Let's see, I'm not sure who this person they're interviewing is, but they dismissed the prospect of a large-scale invasion, saying that any deployment is basically going to be on a targeted scale. And then they go on to talk about the nuclear material. Taken together, the latest strikes point to a campaign that is evolving beyond retaliation. In other words, we're not just bombing them to punish them. Now it looks like there's some type of strategy going on. Rather than simply responding to the Iranian attacks, Washington appears increasingly focused on preventing Tehran from regenerating the military infrastructure underpinning its operations around the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, and I was quoting from an article. U.S. strikes cut roads and bridges in southern Iran as ground assault talks grow. Okay, refresh the screen. When I first started doing these live streams, I stared at that tracker so much. You could read it, you could feel it. You could feel the disturbances in the force just by looking at the red triangles, which are tankers. And now it's been so long since I stared at marine traffic. Anyhow, it's been so long since I stared at that. I don't know how to read it. I'd have to sit here and watch it for a few days to try to get any informed opinion as to what's going on now. Boom! Hank Johnson coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you're doing well. And cheers to you. Drinking my 3-in-1 coffee. And William says, we don't need troops on the ground. It's going to be bombs away. Hey, Rod, how are you? Rokon checking in from Montana. See Spicy Roads, how are you? John checking in from southern Mississippi. Says the worst possible thing they could do would be to put boots on the ground. It would not end well with these lunatics. Okay, Pro Media, thank you very much. Your memory is correct. The Second Civil War is a 1997 satirical comedy TV movie directed by Joe Dante for HBO. Yeah, I recommend you watch the movie. The Second Civil War. That's in 1997. And it's just like you watch it and you're like, back then it probably was just very far-fetched. And now you fast forward almost 20 years and you're like, that's where America is headed. Not the United States of America, the independent states of America is where it's headed. I mean, we just look at what's going on in various states over there now, with different folks who moved to the United States and now have ran for office and taken over, and now they're implementing the same types of policies and ways of thinking that they brought from whatever country they are from. again, what this one gentleman's argument was is that multiculturalism is not going to work. It's everybody doing their own thing, with their own group, their own sets of beliefs and values. That doesn't make up a nation. Again, don't matter where you're from, what color your skin is, or anything like that, but you can't have multiple cultures fighting within the same nation. It's not going to work. That's what's going on in America now. I must be totally frank. How are you, my friend? Checking in from Cebu City. Hope all is well down there. Okay, I highly recommend the movie Citizen Vigilante. And somebody asked me that the other day. Y'all asked me about it. I can't remember if I've seen that movie or not, but I will put that on my list. Check out. Boom! Hank Johnson coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate you. Boom! Romano Tomazio. Thank you very much as well, my friend. Yeah, in the past, people came to America to become Americans. Good, bad, or ugly, whatever your opinion of our culture is, people came to America because they wanted to wear blue jeans and listen to rock and roll and, eat cheeseburgers and become Americans. And now it seems like folks are coming over to America and just bringing their own culture. They have no interest in American culture as it used to be. They just want to bring all their laws and their policies and their beliefs and live within the United States of America. They don't want to learn about traditional American culture, whatever that is. And again, just watch that movie, The Second Civil War. All right, 20 years in Afghanistan didn't end well. Imagine what would happen to 10,000 American troops on the ground. I think some in the government thought the war would trigger a revolution. Even saw articles where Kurds were receiving support to try and have local opposition force. Yeah, didn't work out so well for JFK back in the day with the Bay of Pigs. A little bit of miscalculations there as well. Yeah, they come to exploit it. And all empires have died from within themselves. Yeah, they've never been conquered. They just always destroy themselves. They implode. All right, let's pull up some more information here. Just go to Al Jazeera right quick. U.S. bombs Iran again as Trump warns two soldiers. What to expect after the U.S. reimposes the naval blockade. Israeli forces kill at least 11 people in Gaza on Saturday. Iran suggests that the MOU is suspended as 50 killed in U.S. strikes in July. Ink on paper. It's just that MOU, ink on paper, too much blah, blah, blah. Nobody really wants to negotiate. Just too much talk. Just absolutely too much talk. This is never going to end through talks. Okay, Moscow on the Hudson with Robin Williams was a good movie. I have to put that on the list too. I can't remember. I can't remember if I seen that one. And Kathy, how are you? Thanks for joining us. That's the latest on Al Jazeera's headlines. I'll put that alert back up there because that's the topic of the video. There's a worldwide caution / alert update for U.S. citizens abroad. You'll see it, the short alert going across the bottom of your screen. Okay. American detainee Dina Karari returns to U.S. after 566 days in Iran. So 566 days in detention. Her lawyer, Jared Genser, thanked those involved in securing her release and called for renewed efforts to free other Americans still in Iran. Okay, so isn't that the strangest thing in the world? U.S. is bombing Iran. Iran is hitting the U.S. and GCC countries. But in the same time of the madness, somehow or another, DJT or whoever is involved, they just let an American detainee go after 566 days in detention. Did somebody get paid? I mean, it makes, if somebody got paid and they let her go and put her on a plane, okay. But does that sound logical? In the middle of all this, okay, yeah, we'll let an American go, and I think DJT even thanked them for their for letting the chick go, if I remember correctly. Maybe I saw something about that. All right, Trump defends the Iran war after Democrats blame him for troop deaths. Speaking to the New York Post, let's see, have you ever asked how many people died in Vietnam? Have you ever asked how many people died in Afghanistan in one day? In one day run by Sleepy Joe Biden, Trump told the New York Post. Okay, this is a short paragraph from 5 hours ago. But when you look at things that apply to logic, okay, this gentleman who's the former deputy oil minister of Iran says that the U.S. is waiting for cooler weather to launch the ground incursion, ex-official says. He claimed that the United States was establishing major bases in countries along the U.S., or including the UAE, and recruiting foreign mercenaries to prepare for an incursion into Iran. And claims that they are delaying the ground invasion until cooler weather arrives in September. Purely his speculation, but if you apply it to logic, obviously weather is a factor when you conduct operations. So does his point, does his statement have a valid point, any validity to it? Now, Trump's made the statements, I believe, that he's talking about, others will do, maybe I've already read that, others will do the ground fighting. But I think the takeaway from what he just said is that weather in any operation is a factor. So I don't have the average temperatures per month pulled up, but what he's saying is, hey, they're probably going to wait till closer to September. Why? Because the weather's more favorable. All right. So that would put anything like a month out. Sprinkle Me 99 says, I just want cheap gas, cheap beer, and the .gov to stay out of my life. That's it. My tagline for many years, I believe in less government, free speech, and cold beer. That's what most people want as far as the government. Like my buddy said, most people just want the government to leave us the hell alone and stay the fuck out of our way. Just get out of our way and leave us alone. Obviously, cheap beer, cheap gas. Yeah, Trump said the Iranian people have to fight for their freedom, but that's obviously so much easier said than done. For any citizen to stand up against the current government is absolutely frightening, and about a 99% chance you're going to fail and end up in prison. So it's very easy to say, the CIA convinced JFK that's exactly what would happen in Cuba. It didn't happen. The Bay of Pigs. But just think about how scary that is to say. You grew up in this country, that's your government, and somebody else says, oh, just stand up against them. What? Are you crazy? There's police, there's military, there's courts, there's judges, they execute people, and you want me to stand up against the government? No, bring your military over here and deal with the government. It's very easy for him to say that, but it's just not. There's only a very few percentage of people who are that crazy enough to stand up against the government. I guess my point is, most of the time when they try it, they get put down. What, 1 out of 100 they actually succeed? Okay, lanes away. How will these troops enter Iran? It's a wall fortress surrounded by mountains. Ships can't get near the coast. Well, let's just talk general logic. You got to take a port. You got to take over a port. You take over a port, then there's no problem. If you don't have a port, yeah, it's more difficult. See, Justin, how are you? Let's see, Stuart. And Spicy Road says, when the Iranian people revolted last winter, I truly thought they would overthrow their government. It's probably impossible to know on our media what really happened. Yeah, the media doesn't seem to be focusing on the atrocities that are going on there against the civilian population. But if you listen to, the Iranian folks who aren't in Iran and listen to what they're saying, it's a lot more sinister. Now, are they putting a spin on it? I don't know. I'm not in Iran. But if you listen to some of these folks outside Iran, they they got no love lost for the Iranian government for good reason, and they keep bringing up all these things that the media is not seem to be covering. But every now and then I'll listen to some of those folks, and it just refreshes my mind. Yeah, you're not dealing with nice people over there. And again, they have one major problem, because they think that the Gulf is a bay in their own country. They have this just deluded vision that if you come into this waterway, you're coming into our country. They don't seem to notice all the other countries that share that body of water. I mean, what kind of thinking is that? If that bay was inside their country and it was surrounded by a landmass that was nothing but Iran, okay, well, they got the right to control it. I would go for that. But when you have other countries around this waterway and you think that you're going to control who comes and goes, absolute nutcases. All right, keep the chat going. I got 113 thumbs ups, 2 thumbs downs. I want to thank y'all very much for the thumbs ups and the thumbs downs. And hold on just a second. It's starting to rain. Hold on just a second. Okay, had to get my camera set up looking out to show you all the weather here. Got the curtain in the way. Starting to rain here in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay, my friends, which I welcome because it's cooling off my studio. $120 thumbs ups. Okay, there's our worldwide caution. If you're just checking in, it's obviously going across the bottom. Some people say I have the ticker going too slow. I think the main thing is talking about U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. And we discussed that maybe they're just covering their ass, putting this out. I'll refresh to see if here in the Philippines they put anything out new. And you click on that link, it just goes right there. So nothing real new here. Let's see. Let's refresh and see if Syncom has put anything out. And folks, it may get a little bit loud here on my audio because it's raining pretty hard and it's hitting the tin roof. That's why I swapped to this microphone, because it's best at rejecting all the background noise. And you can't realize it, but like, it's so loud in here from the noise, I can barely hear myself talk. So if I get too loud, it's all of the noisy rain hitting the tin roof. Okay, again, we'll refresh Syncom here. No, same message we talked about earlier. Alright, there's the rain coming down. That's a look out my carport there. Got the barbecue grill and the bike in the way, but got some heavy rain coming down here near Subic Bay. There you go, right there. There's a look out my window. Want to know if it's raining here? It's coming down good. It's going to cool things off. Alright, so it looks like we got a battle going on in the comments. Folks, you can say whatever you want to here in the chat. You know, it's the old saying, if everybody thought the same, then somebody's not thinking right. Let's see, hey Earl, how you doing? Man, that rain's coming down, my friends. It's coming down good now. I may have to put my headphones on just so I can hear myself think. There we go. Yeah, it's coming a good rain. But we welcome it here. We don't have an air conditioner, so when that rain hits the roof, man, it just cools things off. It's already 10 degrees. Baby, you got something that just fell over there. No, don't get the camera. No, don't get the camera. Is the camera getting wet? I don't think it's getting wet. It's fine. Yeah, leave the camera where it's at. As long as this camera's not getting wet, I'll leave it out there. Let's see, Bobby Martin, how you doing? Papa Smurf, how are you? Hope you're doing well. That's the top page of the New York Post there. Yeah, it's raining cats and dogs over here. It's so loud I can't hear myself talk. Kentucky Tom says there's thunderstorms in Kentucky right now. Hey Frank, how you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so 6 minutes ago, at least coming out of this site that I'm reading from. The U.S. carried out another round of strikes on Iran's Qeshm Island on Saturday. The IRGC-affiliated Tasnim reported. The report said at least 2 explosions were heard across the island. And then Iran says it targeted 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait with drones. Let's see, striking Ali Salim and Camp Adari. Let's see, Iran says it targeted a U.S. ammunition depot as well as a Patriot radar and air surveillance radar system at Ali Salim. Yeah, this rain is good weather. It's good weather to sleep by. Oh yeah, it's coming a good gully washer right now. Right there. And I tell you, like I said, it's so loud I can't hear myself think. Now it's went eerily quiet. All that noise in the background, I couldn't even think. Thriving Life says that Canadian smoke is all the way down in Missouri now. Nothing like in Chicago or New York, but you can see a haze and definitely smell it. Yeah, it'll rain this hard, especially during the rainy season, quite frequently. But we're lucky here, we don't have any flooding, not a lot of thunderstorms, no tornadoes. It just rains. It just rains. It'll rain cats and dogs for an hour and it'll stop. A lot like living down in Miami, South Florida. See, Michael, how are you? Yeah, we talked about the nuclear debate. I certainly don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. With that said, there's a lot of other countries I don't really that scares me that have nuclear weapons. And then you go even further back, nobody should have a nuclear weapon. But the reality is, too many countries on planet Earth, their governments have the ability to launch nuclear weapons. That's very scary. We do not need Iran as another country in that nuclear club. Not these nutcases, for certain. So everybody can bash Trump. All right, I get it. But if you do nothing, at some point, these nutcases have a nuclear bomb. Then what? So, there you go. Israel, Pakistan, North Korea. Nobody should have a nuclear weapon. How did we get to this point? How did humans get to the point where we can basically destroy all life on planet Earth? And now we just keep digging that hole with the humanoid robots, the advanced computer programs that they're calling AI, weaponizing robots, weaponizing drones. Why do we do this to ourselves? We just keep shooting ourselves in the foot. Now we're going to start shooting ourselves in the leg and just keep coming on up. We're doing it to ourselves. I got to close this window here. raining so good, I got mist coming in on my head. See, Todd G says, I'm loving Israel. They don't take any shit from Hamas. Protecting themselves after. And then GL Bangkok says the PI is dangerous as for expats. Everybody's got their opinion. Every country has a pros and cons, but in a general sense, I'll have to disagree. I mean, many places in the U.S. are much more dangerous than anywhere in Southeast Asia. But it depends on what perspective you look at it from, whose perspective. But I don't think the PI is dangerous. There's crime everywhere you go, but for me here, being in the Philippines, I don't feel the need to arm myself. Where in the good old United States of America, I won't go anywhere without a weapon. Very good point, Frank. As we use AI, we become dumber. That's it. Once everybody had Professor Google in the palm of their hand, everybody's a scholar. Take that cell phone away, a lot of people are just dumb as hell. Yeah, so the more we depend on computer programs to give us the information we need, we're not becoming smarter. We are becoming dumber. Yeah. Okay, Gio, I'll agree. Thailand is safer in many ways. I'll agree there. But the Philippines being dangerous, in what sense? Like random violence, not compared to the U.S. It's just funny when the U.S. puts these alerts out. This alert that we're discussing is a worldwide caution / alert, when it's probably more dangerous in a lot of U.S. cities to be walking around at night. Let's see, Earl says, I will not bring up Israel. I'm not afraid to bring up Israel or anybody else. And as far as getting banned or censored, I think I face more scrutiny when I talk bad about the CCP. Because they've got a small army of computer geeks that just love to push back when you talk bad about the CCP. So no, I think I'm not worried about saying anything good or bad about Israel. I think what people here on this platform should be more concerned about is saying negative stuff about the CCP because of some of their actions. Look, folks, you can sit there and pick any country and talk about their flaws. Israel is no different. You can talk about the way they defend themselves, what they do, what their policies are. No different than any other country. Like, in my mind, as far as Iran is concerned, I don't want the idiots to have a nuclear weapon. Selfishly. I don't give a fuck about anybody else in the region. But these nutcases don't need access to a nuclear weapon. Who is going to do something about it? It didn't seem like nobody. You're just going to let the ball keep bouncing until these nutcases have a nuclear weapon? I don't want them or the Iraqis having a nuclear weapon. So, that's not the flavor of the moment or what I'm worried about. Okay, make sure they don't got a nuclear weapon. I'm okay with that. By whatever means you've got to do. It's in humanity's best interest that these nutcases don't have a nuclear weapon. That's it. I don't care what anybody else is doing over there. You know, oh, by the way, they're sitting on the 4th biggest oil reserve. So let's just stop the hypocrisy. All right? They happen to be brought up, and underneath their feet is the 4th largest oil reserve. So, good, bad, or ugly, I don't want them nutcases to have a nuclear weapon. There. Don't care if that's politically correct or sensitive or anything else. Every other issue is on down the line. So I'm sort of in agreement with old DJT on that. Don't need these nutcases having a nuke. It just gives them more power. The power that they don't need to have. They're already telling the world who can sail their boats through this waterway when there's other countries on the other side of the waterway. Okay, imagine you live on a lake. Just put it in simple redneck terms. You live on a lake, and you got a lakeside property up here, and you're trying to tell people they can't drive their damn boat down to here to their own fucking property. You're a nutcase. You're an absolute nutcase. Or you want to charge this guy a tax to drive his pontoon down to his own property. Flawed logic. Absolute nutcase. Okay, we'll drive our boat over near the Omani side. No, you won't, because we're going to mine it, so you have to come over by our side and pay us. They're just nothing but greedy pirate nutcases. Would I want them folks to have a nuclear weapon? Hell no. Step 1. Step 2, you're just a delusional nutcase if you think anybody should pay you or listen to you or ask your permission to sail across that waterway. Nutcase. Just greedy fucking pirates. Back during those peace negotiations, when they sent so many people over there on those, I don't know how many people showed up. You know why they showed up? It wasn't because they wanted to be in on the peace process. It's that fucking greed to make sure if there's any type of deals made, they're getting a piece of that fucking pie. They're just all about getting a piece of that fucking pie, and that's why nothing can be done over there. Especially with the IRGC there as an organization, they're just all trying to get a piece of that fucking money, and they're not gonna let loose. All about the money. That fucking free money. Not about religion or principle or all this. They're just a bunch of greedy motherfuckers just trying to get more and more money. And these folks up here want to agree to something, but that would cut these motherfuckers out from putting millions in their pocket. They're not going to have it. You just have to know the mindset. You just have to know the mindset of how things are done over there. Okay, Kel brings up a good point. They charge for the canals. Well, the canals aren't natural waterways, are they? There's costs involved to operate those things. There was costs building them. Unless I'm wrong, nobody built the Strait of Hormuz. Hey Earl, of course there's Israeli influence in the USA. You know, and simplistically it seems like the Epstein deal was just blackmailing everybody. It was a big blackmail operation to get the politicians and the rich folks in the US to do what they wanted them to do. So pretty simple. How do you blackmail somebody? It's pretty simple. You get them drunk, they're laid up in bed with some hooker, you take a picture of them. How do you really control them? Take a picture of them with an underage girl, now you own them. It's not rocket science. Okay, the Israelis came over, they were getting the dirt on everybody, now they own them. I don't think it's no secret at this point. You know, and I guess the big difference between the Israeli mindset versus the U.S. mindset is they're looking at the end result only, and they're not concerned with the method. Where the U.S., we have all these rules and methods, you know, all these. For example, you know, we had an informant way back in the day, high-level dude, couldn't get him approved because he had a DUI on his record. That's the example of Americans and how concerned we are with the method. And the difference is the Israelis are not concerned with the method. They only care about the result. Are their methods considered sinister? They're not concerned with that. They're only concerned about the result. And that's just not the American way of thinking. Yeah, I mean, everybody's still trying to figure out the Epstein files. It's just pretty simple. It's just a big blackmail op. And from the Israeli standpoint, it was a very successful op. You know, I mean, why debate something that it is what it is? Trying to blackmail somebody, it doesn't change much. It's nothing new. They just ran a huge operation, were successful at it. Let's just make a logical statement, right? Whoever was partying back in the day with old Epstein, you have to make the assumption that the Israelis got dirt on them. Okay, whether they were actively involved or they passed out drunk and they staged some photos or videos or whatever, let's just make the assumption. Anybody partying with Epstein back in the day, there's a good chance they've got video and photographic evidence that's very damaging to whoever was at those parties. Okay? Even if you're not partaking, okay, they slip you a Mickey in your drink, you pass out, now they do a little photo shoot. You wake up and you're looking at these pictures like, oh God, what did I do? You didn't do nothing, but they staged it, now they own you. It's not any more complicated than that. Everybody wants to talk about these Epstein files. Okay, it was an Israeli blackmail op to control the politicians and the rich folks, to get folks in America to do what they wanted them to do. People still trying to figure it out. I see Stewart says Mossad has more than still photos on Trump. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. That's my personal opinion of the Iranians. All warfare is based on deception. Do countries deceive their own people or deceive other countries into taking action or not taking action? All the time, obviously. I think it's like this, I just assume anything the government says is a lie, it's bullshit, it's propaganda, they're trying to fool me. I'm never surprised. It never surprises me, because anything they say, I just automatically know that it's bullshit. Early on in life, I was fooled like most people. I was raised to, grow up, pay your taxes, go to war, do everything the nice gentlemen in Washington, D.C. tell you to do. And then you start, wait a minute, they lied about this, Then you're surprised, I can't believe they would do that. Then you come to realize at some point in life that everything they say is a lie. Now it's no stress. Again, I look at governments, they're just the biggest mafia crime family in the area. If you look at it from that standpoint, the 5 families of New York, okay, but the bigger mob family in New York is the New York City government. And the bigger mob family is the state government. And then the biggest is the federal government. That's just how you look at it. Well, I did disagree on the Hillary one there. She's like a boomerang made of shit. Every time you throw her away, give her a good toss, you're like, what's that smell? Here come the fucking boomerang. So I hope we've seen the last of her in politics. Anyhow. Alright folks, so we started the talk out. The purpose of the video is to talk about this worldwide alert. You can see it going across the bottom of your screen, but it's coming from the State Department. Not just the Middle East. It's a worldwide alert. And I'll come back over here to my one site that I look at a lot here. Let's see. According to this report, a U.S. official confirmed that the Iranian missile and drone attack that killed 2 U.S. service members on Friday hit Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. It's according to CBS News. A 3rd service member remains missing following the attack, while 4 others were treated and released from a hospital in Jordan. Fresh U.S. strikes hit Iran's Qeshm Island. This is coming from the IRGC affiliated Tasnim is reporting. Let's put the map back up there. So some of the strikes have hit that island right there. Yeah, Robin, it's the white noise interference is hard rain hitting the tin roof and then hitting the concrete out there. It's starting to lighten up now. Yeah, it's been pouring rain. Okay, footage of Iran smacking the U.S. forces in Jordan just came out. Okay, let me see if I can pull some of that up. See what I can do here. I got to really work on my Twitter skills, my Twitter search skills. I'm going to look that up there, Kel. Defender. Need Big Pumpkin in here doing all the research. Okay, so I went over to that Twitter feed you were talking about, and it says they're protected posts. You gotta request access. I'm not requesting access. They want to lock that down. Yeah, it's heavy rain on a tin roof. Hey Chris, how are you? Nah, they not hunting for me. I'm just a nobody. Yeah, Earl. I just recently, just for the purpose of doing these videos, this is the first time I've been messing with Twitter in years. I don't know how to search for stuff. I can't figure it out. I just pull up these few accounts, Syncom, stuff like that I know that's their real account. But I'm not good on searching the Twitter trying to figure out information. Let's see if there's anything new coming out of Syncom. Doesn't look like anything is new. They're just tweeting out what they're doing. And again, how do we get to this point where the military has to tweet out? They gotta tweet this shit out about what they did and why they do it and who gave them authorization to do it. Why does the military need to be on Twitter in the first place? I don't get it. Be putting out less to zero information. Keep people guessing. Okay, Justin asked, how did Iran violate our constitution? there's like the laws of the land, and then there's the law of the jungle. And everybody's programmed to just study the ink on paper type laws. But it's really the laws of the jungle that matter. You know, the saying, for evil to triumph, it is only necessary for good men to do nothing. Laws ink on paper when the bullets start flying. The bullets start flying, the bombs start dropping. Laws are just ink on paper that mean nothing. Everybody quotes all these laws and war crimes and this convention and this and that. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit when somebody's pointing a gun at you. So a nation with laws is very fragile from being a nation with laws that you just use to start your campfire with. Yeah, the immigration issue. You know, it's a whole other subject that, you know, I live with every day, anybody who lives outside their home country. So I've seen it from all angles. That's a whole nother video to debate that. We all live on planet Earth, and right now the only people who have the capability to leave planet Earth are astronauts. So there's a few people who aren't on planet Earth right now. Other than that, we all got to live here. So then you go down the road. Is it fair to draw imaginary lines on a map? Well, break it down into tribes, or break it down into lifeboats. Break it down into you've only got so much resources. This is a debate that will never end. And like I said, I see it from both sides. Everyone got a plan till they get punched in the face. Mike Tyson. Exactly. Hey, Kel, that's beyond my scope, man. That's way beyond my scope. I'll just stick to what I got right here. Plus, if I put those videos up here, the Google squirrels aren't going to be too happy with me. Yeah, the whole world is propaganda, not just DJT. The government tells you something. You know, it's like in that movie that series I just watched called The Man in the High Castle. What a great series on, was it on Netflix? Well, it has to be, that's all I got. A Man in the High Castle. See, that's what you're talking about right there. There's a worldwide caution. It's going down below at the bottom of your screen. And let me just keep this back up here for anybody who's popping in. That's the point of the discussion right there. State Department has put out a worldwide caution Update for U.S. citizens abroad. But you know, the man in the high castle, there was a statement on there, some dialogue where they said, you know, he's in charge of what people think. And he's like, what? It's like, well, he decides what goes on the nightly news. Therefore, he's in charge of what people think. Now think about that. What's a program? What's programming? You know what I mean? Back to your regularly scheduled program. The word program. The program is programming us to think about what they want us to think about. So whoever controls the narrative about what's on the news is really controlling thoughts. Been that way for a long time. And Guitar Jam says America is tired of wars. I don't trust any government. Good guy, thank you for the question. Clear. No, don't trust any government. Don't trust anything they tell me. See, Chris says the man in the high castle is in Amazon Prime. But see, I don't got Amazon Prime. So I must have watched it on Netflix. I got the Filipino version of Netflix, the cheaper version. Programming, another word for brainwashing, telling you what to think. Yeah, it was a real good show. I mean, I watched the first episode. Again, it's called The Man in the High Castle. I'll just tell you the basic plot. It's about an alternative ending to World War II, where the Japanese and the Nazis won, and they basically divide America and the Rocky Mountains. The Japanese control the West Coast, the Nazis control east of the Rocky Mountains, and there are parallel worlds. So it's a little bit of science in there, science fiction. Well, I say science fiction, but there are parallel dimensions or worlds. It's worth watching. There are so many things in that series that just make you go, So I don't want to say too much or I give it up, but I did quote the line when she said, "Oh, my husband's in charge of people's thoughts," or something like that. And she's like, "What do you mean?" "Well, he controls what goes on the nightly news. So he's in charge of what you think." Just like nonchalantly. Okay, Justin says it's on Netflix now. Okay, it's on Amazon and Netflix. But I'll warn you, if you watch one episode, you're gonna sit down and binge watch it. Alright, so while we're chatting here, let me just go around and make sure all my technical equipment is operating in the green. Let me come over here and check how I'm looking on the old YouTube. Seem to look pretty good. Got 158 folks here now. Thank you very much for tuning in. Let me come down here to Twitch. Okay, looks like I'm good on Twitch. So thank you very much for checking in over on Twitch. I think I got like 20 something followers over on Twitch. Okay, let me put this here while I look at Kick. I got it on that computer. Yeah, it looks like I'm still up and running over on Kick. So again, thank you very much if you're tuning in from either one of those platforms. Cheeks family, checking in from Mindoro. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the Twilight Zone would make you go, Red Horse Adventures, how are you? Let's see, I must be totally frank, says you were programmed to blame Obama about propaganda. It's always been going on. Again, what is propaganda? It's just the method to control your thoughts, what you think about. Is propaganda any different from programming? I think the word has a negative connotation because, like when you say propaganda, it's also associated with the word false. Where programming, is it necessarily connected to the word false? I think it's just connected to that's what they want you to think about. And then then when you go to propaganda, you automatically think bullshit, right? Yeah, Earl, if you start watching it, man, it's addicting. And we watched another good movie last night. I'll put 2 Filipino movies up there. Getting off topic here for a second. What was the one we watched? I think it was called A Wonderful Nightmare. Holy moly. Funny movie. Tearjerker. And then we watched one last night, and I can't remember the name, but it was even more funny. Both on Netflix. Big Pumpkin, if you're watching from in there, can you put the name of that movie that we watched last night into the chat? Oh my gosh, it's mostly in Tagalog, but you got the English subtitles. We all just laughed our ass off last night. So 2 good movies, 2 for 2 on Old Single Dad here choosing the Filipino movie of the night. I mean, I'm talking great movies. I don't even understand what they're saying. Don't need to. Overwatch, thank you very much for following over on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, every channel is programming, and every channel has their own agenda. And if you just watch, the danger is if you just watch one news source, you are programmed to all of their beliefs, and then you're not going to deviate from that. So the folks who are I'm a Fox News man, and you leave that shit on in the background 24 hours a day, whatever they've programmed on there and programmed you to believe, you will defend that until the end of time. So if somebody comes in and says something that goes against what Fox News, for example, has said, you will argue with them till the end of time. You have one perspective. You are truly programmed. The way I've always fought the programming, because there was a time I used to be the same way back in the day. But I don't get programmed because I go to, on a daily basis, I'm probably looking at 20 or 30, not that many. I look at maybe a dozen different news sources, and I just pick one article from each. I know what their spin is. I know what their agenda is. So they don't get to program me. I see right through their bullshit. But if I were to leave CNN on in the background 24/7, it would naturally program my brain. Everything they said, that's my perspective. That's how these state-run media channels program the population, because there are no other sources. If there's no other sources and they're blocking the other sources, that's what you're programmed to believe. You're just ignorant to the rest of the world, to any other perspective or opinion, and you're truly programmed. Like, I walk into a bar or a restaurant over here, for the most part, and they got some type of news shit on the TV in the background, I'm trying to go somewhere else. I don't want to sit in there. I don't want to listen to that shit. I don't want to listen to the talking heads. And a lot of them do it because why? Because the foreigners want to come in there for, I don't know why, they're on vacation or doing their 2-week millionaire run, chasing ladies. They're going to go in there and stare at CNN or Fox News. Why? Because that's all they do back in the States. I walk in there and see that shit, I'm out of there. I don't want to listen to that. It's real easy. Just, look at 10 or 12 articles a day so your head's not buried in the sand, if you want to do that. Or be like my buddy who went and he was a monk for 6 months and he came out and never watched another news program. It's like, I don't watch the news no more, don't care. All I care about is my Social Security check getting deposited, and for some reason it stops. It's probably beyond my control anyhow. So he don't give a shit about the news. Why? Because it doesn't, he has no control over it. It doesn't pertain to him. It doesn't affect him, and his thoughts on the news have zero impact on the events. You don't watch nothing. Okay, Stewart said, here's the problem. The boomers don't go to the internet but still have cable and watch the cable mind control shit. And somebody put it on the screen. What's the year of the boomers? Because the majority of my viewers here, the majority are like 65, in that range. They're my age or older, majority, but the most of them are around 65. Getting on up there in age, I guess I don't even know what they classify me as. I don't even know. The boomer menace. I've had some young bucks call me a boomer. I don't know if I'm a boomer or not. And Kirsch says, I blaze my own trail, don't follow the flock. That's pretty much what I do. I don't care what anybody else is doing. Don't care. I do my own thing. Silver Addict, how are you? CNN over Fox, they're the same. They're all the same. That's it. They're all the same. They have their own agendas. Depends on who owns them. They're all competing for eyeballs like anybody else that appears on your screen. Let's see, Stuart. So you're a boomer at 68. Now, Overwatch, are those the years? If you were born from 46 to 64, they call you a boomer. Every time I see the word boomer, I just think of Boomhauer. Man, this dang old computer here, all you do is click, 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 push that mouse around, man, click, 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 dang old internet, man, it's real easy. Okay, Kentucky Tom is 58, so you're Generation X. So I'm 53. Does that make me a Generation X? Okay, Stage B says I'm Generation X. Kel says the boomer menace, 46 to 64. Why are they a menace? Okay, and then the question is, why do they call us Generation X? What's the X for? I mean, what? X in Roman numerals is 10, right? Why did they come up with the X? Let's see, I'm the son of a boomer. So I call my dad and let him know, hey man, you know you're a boomer? Okay. But again, why? Why did they label us Gen X? What the hell does the X stand for? All right, so most of my viewers are boomers. Generation X. Somebody's got to Google that. Yeah. Alias 55. It's all bullshit. Yeah, why we got to label each other? What's next? In Kentucky Time got a license plate that says Gen X. Okay, here we go. Guitar Jams is reporting the X in Generation X stands for the unknown and uncertainty. It refers to the demographic cohort born between 65 and 80 who came of age during a time of significant cultural, political, and economic shifting, often feeling they had no clearly defined social role or obvious vision for the future. So whoever made this shit up basically is saying we're a bunch of idiots. Who makes this up? No vision for the future? That's my generation? Who got to make up these dates anyhow? I think it would make more sense if you just said, hey, you're the 70s generation. There's no political spin to that. It's a number. Okay, if you were born in the 70s, you're a 70s generation. You're 80s kids. You're a 90s generation. I reject this boomer and Generation X bullshit. 65 to 1980. What's the connection? There's no connection to that. It's a 15-year time frame. That's got no connection with people who have no obvious vision for the future. Okay, so whoever come up with this shit, bullshit. I reject it. I don't recognize it. Okay? My generation is the 70s generation. Alright? I'm a 70s kid. End of story. Forget this boomer, boomhauer, fucking generation, whatever. I'm a 70s guy. Product of the 70s. And Pepsi runs with it. Generation Next. X represents an unknown quantity, symbolizing a generation that was initially hard to define. Okay, but here's the question. Okay, it's a valid question. If Generation X began in 1965, did they label Generation X in 1965, or did they wait until 1980 and then label it? When did they put the label on me as being Generation X? What year? That's what I want to know. When did you label me Generation X, and who labeled me Generation X? That's just all what I want to know. Fictional Truth, how are you? Okay, the letter X represents an unknown quantity, symbolizing a generation that was initially hard to define. Again, just when? When did they figure that out about me? Okay, Red Horse Adventures adds, well, Benito says, I thought Gen X stood for fuck around and find out. Okay. Now we're getting a little bit closer to reality. Saw a sharp decline in birth rates, in earning them the nickname Baby Bust. Yes, did you need something, Big Pumpkin? Huh? Did you know that I'm Generation X? Huh? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. And Justin says, a generation that felt lost and difficult to define. Okay, counterculture, basically doing our own thing. And then, okay, so go from there. Mr. Pink was after Generation X. Then it's Generation Y from 1981 and forward. Is that correct? See, King Joseph, how you doing? Red Horse says boomers sucked everything out of the future generations. We went from the greatest generation to scumbags. The Gen X. Yeah, back in the day, Timothy. In my first years of school, every teacher had a paddle in their desk drawer. They'd paddle you in front of the class. Not effective enough? Go stand out in the hall. One of the assistant principals would scoop you up, take you to their office, and wear your ass out. Problem solved. You didn't want to play no more. Eventually, what happened? Now the teachers couldn't whoop you. Only the principal could whoop you. Then you had to get a permission slip for the vice principal to whoop you. Then you could only get 3 licks, and then it went away. Earl wants to go to bed, wants my old lady to call me a old cheap bastard. Yeah, she's left the building. Okay, Kel. Alright, we're getting a little more. Alright, so Chasing Elephants comes up with a Google search that says it was popularized in 1987 by Canadian novelists in a Vancouver magazine article. And then he wrote a 1991 book. So that's how we got labeled? Well, then how did it caught on from one guy's book? Hey, King's Elbow, how you doing? Right, it's the boomers, it's baby boomers, right? People getting back from the war, making a bunch of babies. Okay, that you sort of understand that. And Red Horse says it was labeled long before a book. Okay, Brad comes in there and says it was originally coined in 1953. Justin says Gen X should be running the country right now, but we keep electing geriatrics. Okay, and I'm going to agree with you on that. I've said this many times before, that I think that my home country of the United States of America, you should not be able to hold a public office unless you are 50 years old. And once you turn 65, you're no longer eligible. Maybe drop it down to 60. You know what I mean? You can only be a politician in the United States if you're 50 years old. Why? Because in your 20s, you don't know shit about nothing. So everybody opening our mouths when we're 20, when they should be closed and our ears open and listening and learning. 30s, you get to the point where you're starting to get a grasp on how the world works. You're still taking notes. And then in your 40s, you're starting to refine what's going on. And 50, you're just old enough to be a beginner in the ways of the world. So I don't think you should be a politician, be able to run for office or hold an office unless you're 50 years old. I'm going to further this and say you shouldn't be a teacher unless you're 50 years old. So it's like a civil duty. When you turn 50, you got 2 options. Be a teacher or go into politics. When you're 65, go back to doing what you were doing before or retire. Just part of your civil duty. Yeah, 80 years old. I don't know, how old is DJT right now? If you just ask me, hey, should an 80-year-old be a politician? No. There you go. It just makes more sense, so everybody can be on the same sheet of music. Just to say, hey, I'm a '70s kid, I'm an '80s kid. You automatically know when they were born and when they came into the world, and all these other labels just confuse me. Hey, Mr. Gary. Yeah, we're just having a conversation about the mysteries of life. Yeah, I mean, guitar jams, that's a good point. I say I'm a 70s kid. I was born in the 70s, but really I'm a product of the 80s. I don't know how you would delineate that, but yeah, I'm a product of the 80s, but I still remember the late 70s. Yeah, how old is DJT? I don't even know. Is he 80, 81? Yeah, so again, my time limit on running or holding an office, I think 50 to 65 is the most reasonable age limit and age bracket for somebody holding public office in the United States of America. In your 20s, you have no business being in office. Could extend it and say 45 to 65 if you want to write a nice round number. But I'll stick to 50 to 65. You got a 15-year window to be in politics, then get the hell out. Yeah, I think the best generation was the 80s. Best years, Kentucky Tom, best years to be a teen. How could you not love the 80s? Let's see, Hi says, these days when you turn 30, the kids start calling you Unc. Huh. The psychology behind like how we age, I talked about this before, is that at an early age, our souls, that becomes us. Whatever age that is, you'd have to sit there and really think about it. And once our soul sort of becomes us, the soul does not age. Our bodies age. This old bag of bone ages, but our souls and our minds, they don't age. That's my belief. So pick an age like when you just sort of became your own personality, and the only thing that's changed is your physical body. Does that make sense? I think you sort of like solidify maybe somewhere in your early teens or whatever, and that's who you are. You don't change. All right, Charlie's reporting DJT just turned 80 last month. I think we'll all agree that by the time you turn 80, your mind is not as sharp as it used to be. Obviously, your body is not as spry as it used to be. And so I just don't think it's something that is smart. No, I agree with everybody when they say that we don't need any more 80-year-olds in Congress. We don't. there needs to be some type of reasonable age limit. Just cut it off at 65. And if you live to be 65, you shouldn't have to deal with this bullshit anyhow. You should be able to enjoy the rest of your life. Let the 50 to 65-year-olds deal with the world's problems as part of their civic duty to their country. You hit 65, you don't got to deal with that anymore. Why? Because you're not allowed to run for office or hold office once you hit 65. Somebody else's problem. See, Guitar Jam says Trump is getting as fat as Chris Christie. I haven't really paid attention. Mighty P Man, how you doing? Mr. Scott, good point. Growing up in the mid-'80s, early '90s were the best. My oldest daughter is 29, my youngest 13. I feel like they got ripped off compared to my childhood. I feel that way too. You know, kids, anybody who grew up in the 80s, you know we had it good. Stories to tell, what a great time. And I think, and I agree with you, everybody since then has got robbed of the most awesome childhood in any of these generations since then. I try my best to emulate the 80s with my kids here as much as I can. I don't let them sit there and stare at a screen all day. Very limited time on the gadgets. Go outside and play. You know, don't give them everything. I mean, I'm trying to emulate the 80s as much as possible. And I know in America that's damn near impossible. You can't do it over there. But here, it's very, you can pull off something close to it. That's why a lot of people like coming over here. Okay, that's a good point too. That's a good point too. Mr. Uranus. At 80, what Trump is trying to achieve now, he won't be around in 10 or 20 years to see the repercussions. That's a good point too. That's a very good point. All right, Kentucky Tom, is that an antiquated law or y'all just joking? Got to take an oath specifically saying you will not accept or take part in a duel. There's a lot of crazy laws, you know, old laws still on the books. So I don't know if y'all are joking or if that's still a law up there. Ms. Stewart says the 70s had the best music ever created. Best moment in history in America to grow up. Kel still maintaining that boomers are a menace. What you got against old folks, man? Got to respect your elders. Alright, so let me check my technical equipment. Looks like still going well on YouTube with 133 folks here. Go over and check my Twitch. Where's the Twitch at? Right here. Oh yeah, still looking good over there too. Check over here on my Kick. Oh yeah, those platforms look just as good as far as the video quality as old YouTube does. See if they put out any new information. Nope, that's the last tweet they put out. Just that alert, worldwide caution put out by the U.S. State Department. Not just in the Middle East, but everywhere. I would not let it affect your travel plans unless you maybe going to the Middle East. You might want to pay attention. I can only tell you personally, if I had a flight right now to Dubai or Abu Dhabi, I'm not canceling my travel plans because of what the State Department's putting out. That's just me. You're the captain of your own destiny, but I'm not going to live my life in fear because of some type of alert somebody in a cubicle thought up the good idea ferry. Now packing my suitcases, running back to America because they got a worldwide alert out for U.S. citizens abroad. They're still battling it out over here in the comments. Yeah, so Exit 61, the boomers, produced Gen X, and I think we all turned out pretty good. You can't blame them. You have to blame me and my generation, I think, for the downhill decline beginning. A lot of it is my fault, my generation's fault. Why? Because guys like me, probably guys like you, we were too busy chasing women and partying and drinking, going to clubs, listening to music, barbecuing. We were too busy enjoying life while the bottom feeders of our generation went into politics and started screwing up the United States of America, when guys like us should have been in politics, making common sense decisions. I was too busy partying and chasing women. The guy who wasn't interested in chasing women and partying, he's out there trying to get elected, and now his dumb ass is up there making policy. So a lot of it we have to take responsibility for. The what do we call it? Us, the Generation X. It's our fault. We were too busy living life, and let these fools get in there who won a popularity contest and had no business running the country. Not even a lemonade stand. We let them get in there. We let them do this. All right, Kentucky Tom is reporting that Kentucky is the only U.S. state that requires elected officials and judges and attorneys to take a constitutional anti-dueling oath under Section 228 of the Kentucky Constitution. So if somebody says, I challenge you to a duel, oh shit, you're in violation of your oath. You're in trouble. Okay, Kels, I pulled up the wrong channel. Yeah, but I better not pull it up. I got to screen those videos before I put them up there. And if they're too risque for YouTube, it might shut me down. Hey, Doc M, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well over there. You can't trust any administration. Yeah, Mr. Pink. And that's sort of the point of the video, folks. The State Department puts out these alerts. Never have I paid attention to, nor do I give a shit about alerts coming from the State Department. They're supposed to be a worldly organization, They're not. They're just the biggest scaredy cats in the U.S. government. Which is ironic. There's so much irony in it because they're supposed to not be. They're the biggest scaredy cats in the world. So anytime they put these things out, don't pay attention to it. Still, it's there. All right, Kel brings up a good point. Gen X has no power. The boomers still hold the power. Well, again, it's my fault. I was too busy partying to think about running for office. Why would I want to deal with all those stiffs up there and wear a suit? You know, have to listen to people's bullshit every day, just talking, just nonstop talking. Interfere with my women chasing activities. The Cowboys on Friday, Saturday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, sometimes Monday night, Tuesday night. Didn't have time to run for office. There you go. Like I said, they put these alerts out. But for me, the most dangerous place, there's much more dangers in the United States than there are in all these places they're talking about. Okay, so Filipina and American Love says boomers raised their kids and Gen X let the schools raise their kids. Think about that. That's a good point. But you know, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've always worked 60, 70 hours a week. So, yeah, you put a lot of faith in the schools. And then our generation, you know, the mom had to start working too. So I think that's a big difference there. You know, the boomers, mom stayed at home. She was always there, cooking and cleaning, watching the kids. And then our generation comes along and then both parents work. Schools and video games start raising the kids. So big difference. Let's see, Sprocket 168, thank you very much. Yeah, man, once I get going, I'm like the Energizer Bunny. But again, when I did a video, 2 or 3 streams ago, talking about some things I've learned from running YouTube, you know, the only competition I have on YouTube is with myself, my inner self. When I'm about to push that go live button, I'm coming up with 9 million excuses why I can just do it later or do it tomorrow or not do it. But once I push that button, I'm on a roll. But there is that stage fright. Even today, I just sit there and stare at that button. Just trying to procrastinate or come up with a reason. Now, if I'm drinking beer, I don't give a shit. I'll hit every button until the thing starts going. But as a sober person who's an introverted asshole by nature, yeah. And then when I get going, man, I just keep talking. But, you know, big thing too, I need to take a break. I let y'all take a look at the mountain, put my little sign up, go take a break, wash my face. I come back, ready for another 3-4 hours. Okay, Doc M says, life's too short to worry about all the nonsense going on. Not a dang thing any of us can do about it. Absolutely. It's just like my buddy who was a monk in the woods for 6 months, missed all the news. He said, I realized when I caught up on everything, I realized I was wasting my time because there was not a damn thing I could have done about any one of those news articles. And so he said, I don't watch the news no more because I realized I cannot have an impact on what's going on and what already occurred. If I truly wanted to have an impact about any of this crap I'm talking about, I'd go back to the United States of America and run for office and get up there and battle those idiots from within if I truly wanted to do something about it. Now you could say I am doing something about it because I'm expressing my opinion. Everybody here in the chat's expressing their opinion. But if you truly want to make a difference, you got to battle them from within. And again, life's too short to worry about all this bullshit. Life's too short to worry about some alert that cubicle dwellers, the cubicle warriors over at the State Department put out. Alright, so Justin says, I'm Gen X and my kids are doing better than me at that point in my life. Alright, well, that's good to hear. It's absolutely good to hear. Mr. Scott says, I'm Gen X and schools didn't and aren't raising my kids. Boom! Hank Johnson coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate it. Justin, all politicians lie. All politicians lie. So when anybody nails down a politician for lying, it's no great feat. Okay, Doc says these alerts scared people. Many of them went home. All right, and that's a good point. A point I brought up earlier. Some people do listen to these alerts, and they are truly scared, and they will take action. But if I listen to every one of these alerts since I haven't been in the U.S., my God, I'd be packing my suitcase, unpack my suitcase, buying a plane ticket here. But some people do. Some people listen to these alerts, and you can go to the U.S. Embassy and sign up for these programs and shit. Why would you voluntarily go to the embassy's site and sign up and tell the U.S. government what you're doing? Think about that. None of your fucking business what I'm doing. Okay? What do I want from the U.S. government? Leave me the fuck alone. Get out of my way. That's what we really want from the government. Just leave me the hell alone. But others are not like that. Just like my friend brought up. Some people take this to heart. It scares the shit out of them. They're going to cancel their trips. And that's what sort of pisses me off every time they put these alerts out. They cost the tourism industry money. And people are relying on tourism and flights and hotels and people eating at restaurants. The government don't give a shit. They're getting their paycheck anyhow. They don't give a fuck about the person cleaning the hotel room or the waiter at a restaurant, some island somewhere. They don't give a shit. They put these alerts out. People change their travel plans, cancel their vacation. Don't give a shit about the poor waitress just trying to put food on the table. Yeah, that seems like the big thing in America now. You know, the debate of raising kids here, raising kids in America, that's one of the fears. The public schools and their propaganda and their bullshit, twisted beliefs. What happened? Because I still remember my kindergarten, first grade, second grade. I remember all my teachers back then, and they were good people. Good people with values you looked up to. They guided you in the right direction. What the fuck happened? How did we get to where we're at now? Where people don't want to send their kids to school because they're going to come home programmed to something twisted and fucked up. It used to not be like that. See, Chris says I should go back into drinking local beers. Nope. If I go back to drinking, I'm going to be drinking nothing but quality liquor. I'll drink less of it due to the price, But I'm drinking nothing but top quality, top shelf liquor if I go back to drinking. See, Justin says, I'm glad you pushed the button. I was a professional musician for 20 years, and the nerves should never leave. It means you care. Yeah, it just, I guess you call it stage fright, right? To push that button and go live. Okay, Brad says the next president will be Gen X, probably. And again, Kentucky Tom wheels up for Cebu on August 18th. Awesome. Hector, how you doing? Yeah, let's see. Red Horse stopped allowing. Yeah, spare the ride, spoil the child. Yeah, let's see. Tom comes in there with some. What would I call that? A rumor? An allegation about Mr. Mitch McConnell. Don't know nothing about that. But I think just logically, like if we sit down, just take 100 random Americans, we sat down and said, all right, let's do some common sense in politics here. And I brought it up and I said, look, my argument is we need an age limit for politicians. 50 to 65. How many people would vote for that? Would the masses vote for that? Could we get that passed if we just put it up to a vote to the U.S. citizens in America? Do you think there should be an age limit? Or no, just ask one question. Do you think we should impose an age limit of 50 to 65 to hold office? Would it be 51% yay, or how would that go? Matter of fact, I'll put a poll up here on my channel to ask that question. I mean, I'm assuming that all the 20-year-olds would vote against it. But again, what the hell they know? Let's see, Red Horse living on Bantine Island. That's my old stomping ground, man. Love that place. Not sure how long you've been there, but man, it was a beautiful place, especially back before Yolanda. Asia is the future. Seems that way. People are coming over here in droves. You know, it used to be just like dudes like me or you, and now it seems like everybody's coming over here. Families, young folks, almost like the Costa Rica rush back in the 70s, 80s. Yeah, Kentucky Tom. I still don't understand that pronoun shit. I wrote 2 books and I don't really know what a pronoun is. And then all that shit going on in America with the pronouns, we skipped that over here. We don't even know what that means. The rest of the world don't even understand what that pronoun battle is about. It's like trying to teach a cow how to set the clock on a VCR. If I tried to explain pronouns and what's going on in America or what went on, I guess it's still going on, I'd have more luck teaching that cow out there how to set the blinking clock on a VCR. See, Frank says I would say up to 70. I'm capping it at 65. I think 50 to 65. And part of it, your mind's going to get a little tired or whatever, but part of it's out of respect. Okay, 50 to 65, you can still stay in the game, hook and jab with them, but at 65, we should respect our elders, and hey man, let somebody else take the reins. You did your time, now you enjoy the back end of your life. We got it. Somebody else's responsibility. So it's just sort of out of respect for the elders that at 80 years old, you shouldn't have to be in a position to make these difficult decisions, stand in front of cameras every day and just get destroyed by the media. What does that say about me allowing an 80-year-old to be in that position? They shouldn't have to be. I wouldn't want my grandfather, if he lived to be 80 years old, to have to be the president of the United States. It should fall to a younger man. Damn, somebody gonna hit me on that when I said younger man. And Justin said it shouldn't be minimum of 50. I go down to 45 if you want a nice round 20-year age bracket. 45 to 65. But I'm not dropping any younger than 45. You just don't know the ways of the world. You think you do, but you don't. It's like the Wizard of Oz. You think you're in Oz, and then the curtain gets pulled back. You know, probably around 45 or so, when you pull the curtain back and you realize there's a dude back there pulling levers. There ain't no wizard. And then you realize it around 45, and then you got that period of shock and acceptance. You go from shock and you're like, these motherfuckers been lying to me my whole life, and then you have that healing period, and then you come to acceptance, and then you get cool with it and you understand it, and it don't get your blood pressure up. And I think that age is 50. I think that's the hate to use the word transition. That word's been destroyed, but the process. You know, so when you're 50 years old and you watch The Wizard of Oz, you already know what's happening at the end. Did I set it at 50 because I'm over 50? Well, yes and no. Not because I want to be qualified and cut out the competition. That's not it. It's just what I just described. It's just that process in life where you get to understand the ways of the world. But once you understand it, you still need time to process it. And I think by the time you're 50, you have already figured it out. You've gotten pissed off. You've processed it. You've realized that that's the way shit works. And now at 50 years old, okay, now let's deal with it. You're more of a calm person, and you know how to deal with how the world really works. That's what I think. And I'm just telling on myself. Do I think that I had any business in my 20s running for any type of office? Hell no, I did not. In my 30s, no, because at that point is when I'm just now really figuring out the world. And again, you're refining it around 50, you get it around 45, and then you got to have that process to realize that everything you knew up to that point is bullshit. And then at 50 years old, okay, all right, I see what's going on here. I ain't falling for no bananas in my tailpipe. Boom, David Vidalis coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Red Horse says, I have a friend with stage 3 cancer getting worse. USC, seeking treatment in the Philippines. What would you do? Stay here or go to the US? Well, it depends. Your friend got cash money? If not, he probably needs to go home to the U.S. So that's a very difficult question. The progression here that you see over here in Southeast Asia or anywhere as an expat, a lot of folks come over, not everybody, but a lot of folks come over and they find out that they have something going on health-wise, and that's the end of their run being an expat. They pack up and go home to where their insurance or their Medicare, whatever they got, pays for their treatment. Some guys don't have that option. They got no place to go back to. They don't got family to move in with, so they're stuck, cash and carry. Now, with that said, let me bring up a case. I had a buddy of mine who had prostate cancer. Went back to his home country. They wanted, do surgery, remove his prostate, whatever. And he wasn't down with that. He found a specialist down in Manila who treated his cancer and actually ended up, we use the word cure, but cured the prostate cancer by some type of radiation deal, what have you. So obviously his quality of life was a lot better by going that route. So that's a different success story about him staying here versus going home to his home country. Now, when you leave your home country, you leave that umbrella. As long as you stay in your home country, you're under some type of umbrella. And when you step out from under that umbrella, it's scary. Because what happens? What happens if you don't have enough money and something happens? It's cash and carry over here, outside the U.S. If you're in your home country, you may not get the best health care in the world, but they're going to have to treat you to a certain extent, right? A lot of dudes over here, they just stay here until they die. That's their only option. And they're not worried about it. If I found out I had cancer right now, I'm not packing up going back to America. I'm going to ride it out until it's time to go. Everybody's got their own plan. Everybody's the captain of your own destiny. We are the captains of our own destinies. Man, it's cash and carry over here, man. If they do treat you, you're going to pay before you leave the hospital, or you won't leave. And then Frank says the mind stays sharp up to 70. And then Kel says 70 is too old. Yeah, I gotta stick to 65. And you know what? I gotta stick 50 to 65. I gotta stick to my original guns. Okay, there you go. That's what people say. You can use Medicare in Guam, much closer to the U.S. Is Guam halfway to Hawaii from here? Here's the problem, though. All right, here's the problem. You go back to America, who's going to take care of you? Who's going to take care of you, even if you have some type of procedure? Now they send you home. Who's going to take care of your old ass and push you around, and help you up and out of the bed, and help you have to get to the bathroom? Boom! The mighty P-Man coming off the top ropes. Yeah, if y'all can, hit that thumbs up button. I got 165 thumbs up, 4 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. Even if you're going to give me a thumbs down, go ahead. I'll take it. I love it. It don't matter if I got 165 thumbs down. As long as y'all smash one of them buttons, them Google squirrels are happy. Let's see, if Kamala was president, yeah, I don't think Kamala is anybody we want running anything. Sure, she's a sweet lady, but she can't even make a complete sentence during a friendly interview. So I don't think she's the one we need in there. Frank Still, you are not geriatric at 70. I can tell you because I'm over 70. Give him hell, Frank. Don't let up, man. You keep arguing 70 or 75. But again, I just think when you hit 65, you shouldn't have to put up with the bullshit no more. You know what I mean? You should be able to enjoy yourself. So I'm sticking to 50 to 65. Less than 50, you're not ready. At 65, you've done your time. Now go relax and let somebody else do this shitty job of being a politician. In Kentucky Tom first ran for office at 46. Awesome. Alright, Chasing Elephant says, I live in Guam, but everybody here goes to the PI or Hawaii for treatment. Okay, well thank you very much, because a lot of people are under the same thought process. I'll just go to Guam. Benito agrees on my 50 to 65 age gap. Let's see, and talking about down in Mindanao. Okay, Doc says, I've been to Guam many times. It's a no option. Much better medical care in all the major cities of Asia. Look, if I had to have something done, I'm fine. I'd go to Thailand. I trust everything in Thailand. That's just me. Thailand is technically my home. I trust everything over there. The pricing is very, very reasonable. The care is top notch. Here you sort of kind of pick and choose where you're going to go. But if I were to need some care, I'm looking at the next flight to Bangkok. That's just me. I tell people, if you're backpacking around Southeast Asia, you find yourself in Cambodia, you find yourself in Laos, over in Vietnam, and you get low sick, you ain't got to get medevaced out to the U.S. You just need to get to Thailand and you're going to live. That's my personal opinion. And I've had some personal experiences. So for me, my recommendation, if you get to Thailand, you're going to live. There you go. Here you need to be a little bit more particular and what's the word? Use the word careful. You need to carefully choose where you go here. Okay, A. Barry in the Philippines comes up with, last year I had diabetes-related ulcer and had to have my toe removed here in the Philippines. And yes, had to pay before they let me leave. Folks, that's the way things are done in a lot of countries, here included. Whatever treatment you're going to do, you're going to settle the bill before you are allowed to leave. That security guard's main objective is not to prevent people from coming in the facility. It's to make sure you pay before you leave the facility. That's reality. This ain't Kansas. They're still battling it out here. Man, politics gets everybody's blood boiling, blood pressure up. I must be totally frank, says I voted for Kamala, therefore I'm not responsible for this mess. But I mean, here, if you look at the big picture, you can't really just blame one person for the mess of the U.S. It's been a decades-long gradual decline in many things. It's unfair to blame Trump. It's unfair to just blame Biden. I mean, we've been going downhill for decades. All right, I moved to Phuket specifically because of a hospital in case of an emergency. You must research and choose. It's your life. Nobody else can make such a decision for you. Thai hospitals are top notch. I agree. So is the EMS system there, which is huge. I tell the story many times. I'll tell it in just a second. But, you know, Thailand is a very, very good EMS system. Something happens to you, there's an ambulance coming to you. Boom! Stuart MB coming up off the top ropes of the octagon. Please give that good man at least half of a full up gas tank. Carry on in your thoughtfulness and always doing well. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, and again, back talking about the hospitals. You know, here, if you're having a medical emergency, you better yell trike. Just walk outside and yell trike. Get in that trike, and no matter what's going on, have them get you to the nearest hospital. And then you'll roll the dice on what that hospital has to offer. Even if you were to wait around and try to get an ambulance to come to you, it's just a van with maybe a stretcher in the back, maybe oxygen. So a huge difference is emergency services right there. Thailand is not a developing nation. I don't care what the CIA World Fact Book says that they categorize Thailand. Thailand is not a developing nation. It's developed. You could describe this country as still developing. You know, some basic struggles. Rome wasn't built in a day. You can't compare the Philippines to Thailand. You could compare it to Cambodia. Philippines could be compared to Laos. Everybody in the same category. But you got to understand, Thailand is not a third world country. Big difference over there. No, I'm okay, baby, but I'll take some water. I'll take some ice cold tubig, or at least some water. Thank you very much. See, Chris says there are radicals from every religion. However, some are more notorious. Thank you very much, baby. Did you put some ice in there? Voila. Voila ice. Voila hielo. No, there's no brownout, baby. You see all the screens? There's like 18 screens. Ain't no brownout. My God.
The neighbor, not you. The neighbor's.
The neighbor got a brownout? What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't have sense.
I have no idea what she just said. None. Yeah, I'm 9 years, still can't communicate in basic communication with this woman. I used to say that's exactly what I wanted. I want a woman that don't speak English. That's what I was looking for. Well, I found one. I got one. Be careful.
Wow.
Be careful what you wish for. All right, so let's see. Let me refresh my screen here and see if there's any updates on what's going on in the world. The old lady says it's just too much blah blah blah. It's just too much. Too much blah blah blah, just bomb them already. Alright, so from this side on Iran, U.S. says it concludes the 8th night of strikes on Iran. Why are we giving a play-by-play of when we do the strikes, what we hit, when it's concluded? I mean, it's just too much information. Too much information being put out. Again, why does the military need to tweet? Twittering this shit out. How many soldiers over there at CENTCOM responsible for twittering this shit out? So here you go right here. Thanks for giving us a play-by-play. U.S. completes the 8th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. It completed at 11:30 p.m. Why do we have to put all this information out there? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Got to have a whole press corps just to Twitter some shit out. At the commander-in-chief's direction. Isn't that a given? Do we really need to add the extra words in there, to add that in there? Who the fuck else direction? During the 8th consecutive night of U.S. strikes, CENTCOM forces successfully hit Iranian military, coastal surveillance, and air defense facilities, maritime capabilities, and missile and drone storage sites to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities. Okay, American military assets also targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched attacks against U.S. service members in Jordan on July 17th. More than 50,000 U.S. men and women in uniform are operating across the Middle East. They remain highly vigilant, focused, lethal, and ready. So there we go. There's the latest coming out of CENTCOM, giving us a play-by-play, minute-by-minute update on the old Twitter. Tweeting some shit out. But just a big shout out to the folks at CENTCOM. No need to put that on there at the commander-in-chief's direction. Just take that out, okay? We're smart enough. We don't need that in there. We don't need that shit. At least the boomers, boomhowers, and Gen X, we don't need that shit. Just adding them extra words for no reason. So there's your latest coming out of CENTCOM. This article is just repeating what they just put out. Launched at 11:30 at the direction of the U.S. President. Who else's direction would the shit be at? So a U.S. missile strike hit an area near the city of Shadgan. So let me pull that up. Where the heck is Shadgan? Shotgun, whatever. Sounds like shotgun. Shotgun. Iran. Maybe it's shotgun. So I'm a little confused on the location. Iran's southwestern Khuzestan province. The one I'm pulling up is just not too far from Basra. Is that right? Maybe I'm pulling up the wrong one. Let me go back to the drawing board here. Khuzestan province here. Okay, so yeah, it looks like where they hit one place according to the Iranians, which is just to the east of Basra, not too far from the water, according to this article. Okay, so those extra words are pleasing to Trump. That might be the explanation. Maybe so. Okay, so still battling it out over here. Okay, Justin says, was this the Islamic Republic of Japan? I think you're talking to, did DJT have a slip up or something? Hey, and when you're 80 years old, that's what happens to our minds, right? We're not as sharp as we were before. Hell, I'm a pirate that's 53 and I have slip ups like that. And it just goes to the argument that 80 is too old to be in a position of power like that. Nothing against anybody. But when you're in that position of the top mafia crime family, all right, and you're going against the other top mafia crime families of other countries, you got to be sharp. You can't be slipping. Yeah, I mean, it just boils down. Look, if you just looked at the simplicity in the situation, and you said, okay, who's the boss on this project? I don't know his name, but he's 80 years old. What would you say? Pick your job, right? Whatever job you have. Okay, you go to work and say, hey, we got a new boss. I got a new boss. Well, what's his name? I don't know his name, but he's 80 years old. What would your first impression be? If you came to work, whatever your industry, whatever your position is, and the first thing they said was, yeah, your boss, he's 80 years old, and you didn't know anything else about him. You know, we all love our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers. We respect our elders. I'm just asking an honest question. If you went to work and your boss was 80 years old, what would you think about that? There you go. Frank says, I agree. 80's too old. Kill says all the Iranians have to do is turn the electricity off and Americans sit back and watch it destroy itself. Look, they obviously have capabilities. But we also have that capability too. We're not using it. There's a lot of restraint. Believe it or not, there's a lot of restraint going on. There has been a lot of restraint going on. Why? Because you don't want to break the gas station. If Iran didn't have a gas station, this would be a different conflict. But it's basically one big gas station, and you don't want to break it. Benito says, I want some of that great looking furniture. Yeah, man, got these shelves at Johnny's Bamboo Shop. Good solid wood, great color, functional. Got tables to match for pennies on the dollar. Got 3 tables. Those were Big Pumpkin shelves. I stole them, so I got to go back up to Johnny's, get some more tables and some more of these shelves here. Great deal on them. If you're around Subic-town, nobody run up there and get all the shelves, because usually it's only got like 2 or 3. I need them. Well, I need to replace Big Pumpkin shelves that I took. Okay, I must be totally frank. Says, what's his track record of being CEO? Would be my question. Okay, let's say the guy's got a great track record. He's still 80 years old. Certain jobs, okay, no big deal. President of the United States, I'm still going to maintain. Too old. It's too much pressure, too much responsibility, not enough sleep. You got to be spry. At 80 years old, how many of us are going to be that spry where 2 o'clock in the morning they're knocking on your door, Mr. President, this is going down, and you can deal with it, process it, and then go back to sleep and still get up in the morning and function for the next day. 80 is too old. Alright, so that's the latest coming out of CENTCOM. Let's see if there's anything else. Nope. Well, let me get down there. The video footage of U.S. forces launching precision strikes targeting Iranian military capabilities for the 8th consecutive night. Here we go. Let's refresh the screen, see if anything is added to that. That'll probably stand. That's about 1 hour old. Maybe if I click that follow button, it'll pop up and notify me. Imagine that. Alright, and let me pull up another source here, see if we've got anything else going on. See if there's any new coming from the Iranian side. Man, looks like same tweet. Just talking about the great Satan. Let's see, how did we go down this rabbit hole of politics? Can we change to something more entertaining? Well, we just went down the rabbit hole because of this alert right here. Worldwide caution update for U.S. citizens abroad. That got morphed into politics as to, how did we get here? Got some goats out there sounding off, being a little noisy. See if I get a view of the goat here. I can hear him, but I don't see him. The baby goat walking by. Sounds like he got separated from his mama. They'll link up soon. Beautiful day here now after coming a good hard rain. There's that goat. You heard him and now you see him. Look at that beautiful goat. And I'm going to see the baby goats. Y'all said you want to talk about something different, so I'll show you the goats for a minute. Show you the lighter side of life. There's one beautiful goat, 2 beautiful goats. We got goats and baby goats all over here. Yeah, we'll nickname this one Squatting Goat. There you go, for your viewing pleasure. Alright, let's take a look at the weather. Looking out my window, no longer raining, just a beautiful partly sunny day here in the mountains overlooking the beautiful Subic Bay. So there you go. There's a mental break from the politics. But unfortunately, let's put that back up on the screen. I got to stay on topic. All right. Iceberg lettuce at Taco Bell causing problems. I heard y'all can't get no lettuce or tomatoes over at Taco Bell. What's the world coming to? Yeah, it happens. Let's see, I laugh. Yeah, I'm just barely tracking on that. Barely tracking on the diarrhea situation in the U.S. And they said Taco Bell can't sell lettuce no more. Can't get no pico de gallo. Hey, Doc. I say around 50. 49, somewhere in there. I started to figure it out. And here's the thing, folks. A lot of us don't figure it out until we leave the U.S. You know what I mean? They say that you learn much more about your home country when you leave and look at it from the outside. So when I first started traveling, getting outside the U.S., I think that's when we really start figuring it out on a more worldly stage. Yeah, obviously 55 is more knowledgeable than 50. But I'll stick to my bracket of 50 to 65 on the politicians. But yeah, that's just my personal experience. I started figuring it out when I started leaving and being outside of America. Here you go. Mr. Gary says, you certainly have a unique aesthetic discussing breaking news with the worldwide audience while roosters crow in the background and a goat takes a big ass dump over underneath the mango tree. That's what my buddy said though. He said, man, I turn into your show at night after a hard day in the grind so I can just experience a simpler way of life. It is a simpler way of life. Let's see. Termy Cobra says, I'm in my early 50s and I'm living the USA doom life of sitting in my house doing nothing, not knowing anyone, and I'm not attracted to women my age in menopause. I'm out of here. I've seen so many thumbnails of videos, and I did a video talking about these types of videos that I see. Where a guy says, I'm 58 and I'm done with dating. I'm 45 and I'm done with dating. I'm 38, I'm done with dating. So I did a video on it. And realized there's like a big following of that topic right now. I won't say just right now, been going on YouTube. Where people just talk about, sitting at home and withdrawing from life and no more socializing, no more dating. And then there's 1,000, 2,000 comments in there just agreeing with them, where everybody's in the same boat. So you want to talk about some subjects and get some views, and you're sitting in America, talk about that. Why I gave up dating. That should be your first video. Why I gave up dating, why I no longer socialize, why I no longer have. It's a huge topic right now. I did a video with an opposing opinion. Because if one of my friends told me, hey man, I'm going to give up on dating, I'd slap him around a couple times and take him to the hospital, check his blood sugar. Like, what are you talking about? You giving up on women? Are you okay? I really think something's wrong with the guy. I mean, if that's you sitting there in your easy chair, petting your Labrador alone, made dinner for yourself, life's too short to live like that. And I'm not saying be afraid of being alone. Shit ain't working out with your old lady or what have you. Make a change. You'll be alone temporarily. Don't worry about it. But to live alone until you pass away, it takes 2 weeks for somebody to realize you're dead. That's no way to live. See, Doc says I left the U.S. permanently at age 31. Turned 65 in a couple of weeks. Got to get outside the box to learn anything. Exactly. You will learn so much more about your own country when you leave than you do sitting there. Mr. Gary, going outside and smoke a Robusto. Stay cool and keep your powder dry. That's what you got to do. I mean, some people can't just pick up and leave and go to another country. Some people can't leave the hometown that they lived in their whole life. Everybody has a different level of adventure and what they're comfortable in. But I don't care, if I'm 53 years old, I'm sitting in America, I'm going to find somebody to hang out with. I guarantee you, all these people through the years who have hit me and said, the only reason you went over there because you couldn't find a woman over here in America. That's bullshit. You can put me in any country in the world and I'm going to find a woman to hang out with. Mostly two. And so I will argue that if you're sitting there alone in America, it's just because you haven't taken any action. Read my book, The King's Chronicles. The link is down in the description to my Amazon author page. And I want to thank y'all if you read my book. Call it the 1% rule. If you don't leave your house, nothing's going to happen. Or if you don't start chatting to somebody, nothing's going to happen. But if you take some type of action, there's a 1% chance you're going to hook up with a chick. Now you got a companion, a relationship. So even if I was in the United States, I'd have 2-3 women in my kitchen, cooking, hanging out, laughing, drinking. Would they be perfect 10s? Maybe, maybe not. But there'd be somebody up in my kitchen hanging out. I wouldn't be sitting there with my Labrador alone, making videos about why I gave up on dating. That's insanity. I might have the day shift or the night shift from the Waffle House up in there, but they'd be up in there cooking the same. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy taking a break every now and then and being alone, but not as the lifestyle. If I live alone, I'm still in the game. There might not be a chick living with me, but I'm still on the hunt every day. I'm still in the game. I'm not going to sit there and feel sorry for myself and pet my Labrador. That's it. I'm going to let her be a hunter and get schwacked by a jealous husband. Yeah. I'll still be in the game till the day I die. I don't like messing with other people's wives. But, yeah. When you step out of that game your body says it's okay to shut down. Top James said, I did not want a Western woman after my first burn. I get it. Been there, done that. But if I were stuck in America, or I just chose to stay in America, I'm not going to let that deter me from staying in the game. I'm just going to... Now I understand the rules. I got taught the rules the hard way. And now I know what the rules of the game are. Pretty simple. Don't get married. Don't have kids. And then nobody can control you. You just got to change that dynamic. Let's see. When I was 20 to 25, did I date old ladies? Hell yeah! I used to hunt cougars down at Johnny's Hideaway in Atlanta. Any of y'all been to Johnny's Hideaway in Atlanta? Man, I used to go down there and hunt cougars. I was the youngest dude in the bar. I hunt them all, no problem. I don't need a woman to validate myself. Yeah, I'm quite happy in my own skin. I'm good to go. But that's what life's about. That's what I like to do. Simple things in life. Barbecue, listen to music, chase women, dance. The simple things in life. How you gonna dance by yourself? Gonna give yourself a back massage? Stewart says I'm delusional, completely delusional about how things exist now. I stepped out. I did. You know, I'm a 15, coming up on 2-decade caveman. My perception of the U.S. and the way of life is a little bit old, a little bit dated. Different decades. But I will still maintain, no matter what society says, okay, women truly don't want to sit there and be alone either. But if you're scared to chase the woman, you're sitting there alone, they're sitting there alone. Well, okay, neither one of y'all taking any action, you'll sit there alone. That's not my model. Even in the United States of America, at 53 years old, I'm going to find some chicks to party with. Promise you. See, Top James says I'm a family man, not a woman chaser. Well, I'm both. I'm a family man, old single dad. I like to chase women. Alright, let's see. American dating has turned into a nightmare. You can hook up all day long through an app, but finding a partner is very difficult. If you're 50, looking for a 30-year-old, 50 years old in the USA is invisible. I get it. I get it. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. You talk to 10, if you go talk to 10 women, one of them is going to go out on a date with you. At least one. There you go. Steve-O saves his money, rolls out on Thunder runs, 1 week, 2 week millionaire, party down. That's what a lot of guys do. And then Top James says 11 years with his lady, still happy. Yeah, I've been with this old girl for like 8, 9, 10. Oh, I lost track how long I've been with this one. I think I've been with this one the longer than any of them before. Before, my record was 7 years. And then Steve-O says if you're dating a lady that's 50 plus in the U.S., it's not worth it. Women 50 plus in the U.S. that are single are a wreck. Well, I mean, see, I got a different perspective. I used to go down and hunt at a place called Johnny's Hideaway. And there was nothing but old women in there, rich women, all dudded up, looking nice, elegant. A lot of them were widows. You know, you had the Elvis corner, the Frank Sinatra corner. I mean, you had to dress up to go in there. At least you did back in the day. I dudded up, rolled in there, and it was class. Older, classy women, rich women. Big checkbooks. It's one of the reasons I was down there. So I had a great time hunting cougars back in the day. Fat lady and no teeth. Something like that says, I agree with the guy who said the game has changed in the last 15 years. Totally different now. You'll wind up with a fat lady with no teeth. The rest of them hate men. That fat chick with no teeth can still rub my back, iron my blue jeans, and cook me breakfast. Count me in. See, that's how that works. You'll be sitting there alone, petting your Labrador. I'm over there getting a back rub by a fat chick with no teeth. I'm gonna have a better night than you. You don't want a tattooed up, blue-haired, nose ring, 30-year-old American train wreck. Well, I didn't say I'm gonna marry the girl. And Kel says the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Woman can destroy your life with one comment. You can lose your house and everything you ever worked for on just a comment. Yeah, I mean, the difference in marrying a chick, having a kid with a chick, or letting them move in. Then all of a sudden, all these, all these laws kick in. Going out on a date and dancing and partying and knocking boots down at the Motel 6. What's wrong with that? The young guys don't know how to be a player. Exactly, Frank. They don't know. They don't even know how to talk to one another unless they're on a video game. Much less talk to ladies in person. They just don't know how. A lot of peneyes with no teeth in their 20s. Yeah, teeth are optional. I don't require teeth. You know what I mean? My buddy Dennis, may you rest in peace, my good friend. Rolled in this bar in Barrio Barreto. Beautiful girl working there. No teeth. He said, Donald, hasn't anybody offered to buy you some teeth? She's just like, no. She's like, you're beautiful. He said, meet me at the dentist tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The dentist bought that girl some teeth. Alright, Doc M says, every generation has said the same things you guys are saying. It's a continuous life cycle. It will never change. The key is understand this and not let any of the nonsense get to you. Just live your life. That's it. Just live your life. Because life is short, just like you were saying earlier. You know, life's about a series of adventures, and never turn down an adventure. Why? Because life is short. Yeah, like I said, it's a big topic on YouTube. All the videos do well from the thumbnails I've seen, just talking about, oh, woe is me. I gave up dating, and, I sit here with my Labrador, and I'm happy, and I just disagree. Yeah, I don't care if a chick's got teeth, dentures, implants. Don't bother me. Yeah, man. If you punch out somewhere, Termy Cobra. Just take your time. Roam around. Start dating. Don't get in a big hurry. And just slow roll it till you find a good match. Don't rush it. Hey Albert, how you doing? Checking in from Bulgaria. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let me go around the horn. Let's see if we got any new updates from anywhere here. If you're just joining us, I'll just bring into everybody's attention this worldwide alert put out by the Department of State for your consideration. And I say consideration because it's up to you how you want to handle it, right? For me, it means absolutely nothing. I'm not packing my suitcase, running back to America. I'm not changing any of my travel plans. But as my friend brought up earlier, some people take those alerts to heart. They pack up and leave, and they let it affect or impact their lives. I do not. So you're the captain of your own destiny, but that is what the U.S. Department of State is putting out. A worldwide alert and update for U.S. citizens abroad. But it's on you how you react or interpret that. But us folks who have lived outside the U.S. for a long time, we see these alerts all the time. They mean nothing to us, and we don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Even if I was supposed to go to Abu Dhabi or Dubai tonight, I'm not changing my flight. Hell no. And if I was going to Tehran, maybe, but probably not. I just don't let people from cubicles dictate my life, and I'm not going to live my life in fear. Plus, I don't want to pay that change fee. My gosh, how much would that be on a flight these days? Be a small fortune. Okay, let's see if there's anything new coming out of Al Jazeera here. The more local sites over there. Let's see, coming out of Al Jazeera, Tehran warns of devastating response at an earthquake in Iran's Khuzestan. So Iran's Khuzestan puts emergency services on alert after an earthquake. A magnitude 5 earthquake struck the southwestern province this morning. Struck at a depth of about 12 kilometers. So not only is Iran getting bombs dropped on them, they got hit by the earthquake. Okay, so the U.S. military says it's completed an 8th consecutive night of attacks, hitting coastal surveillance and air defense facilities. Iranian media reporting explosions in cities along the coast, including Kezem, Bandar Abbas, Sirik, Hajabad, and Shadigan. So we were discussing earlier how it appears that maybe they're shaping the battlefield for some type of limited ground assault. And I'm not making that up. It come from several articles that's the speculation going around. They're cutting off bridges. Well, the Iranian military can't send reinforcements down to the coast. Let's see these numbers. The latest casualties in Jordan bring the total number of U.S. soldiers killed since the war began to 16, more than 430 wounded, 1 missing. If those numbers are correct from Al Jazeera. So 16 dead, 430 wounded, 1 missing. Okay, and according to this, the overnight U.S. strikes were less intense than the previous nights. That's an opinion of this one gentleman with boots on the ground. So again, I'm not sure why the military puts a play-by-play tweets out about what they're doing. I don't think that's necessary. Okay, folks, so I want to thank y'all for joining me, and I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So I'm going to put my little sign up here. Boom! Look at that sign right there. I'm going to put that sign up there. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Old single dad taking a 10-100. Y'all continue on battling it out in the comments. I must be totally frank, reporting heavy rain in Cebu City. We had a little bit of heavy rain earlier, and now it's just a nice, beautiful day. Nice, beautiful day. So I tell you what, I'll go ahead and show you the look right there. Just looking at the weather here, facing out my window. So I'll let y'all just take a look at the weather, but I'm taking a short break. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, just wait longer. What movie was that from? For Pete's sake, Jim, I'm not a pool man. Okay, folks, and just like that, I'm back. Let me get my sign down out of my face here. There we go. So after a quick break, I'm back with you. If you're just joining us, we're talking about this worldwide alert put out by the U.S. State Department. Worldwide caution due to heightened tensions in the Middle East. We're all supposed to use caution. Extra caution. A lot of folks here in the chat are expats, world travelers, what have you. They can give you their own plan of action as to how they're going to react to this alert. My personal plan of action, I never listen to these alerts put out by the State Department. I just don't. Not affecting my life. When the State Department puts out one of these alerts, do they send me a free round trip ticket for me and all my crew to head back to the U.S.? Give me a hotel room? No, they don't. So what's the reality of these alerts? Nobody gives a shit. Just worried about what I'm going to put on the barbecue grill tonight. Everybody here, we all have different opinions about politics, what's going on over there. Okay, let me see, make my rounds here. Put that on the screen there. It's from just a different website there. Again, wrapping up the 8th night of strikes to punish Iran over troop deaths. Iran says it targeted 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait with drones. Okay, and again, that's the latest coming out of U.S. CENTCOM, letting us know, okay, everybody, we're complete with the 8th scheduled consecutive night of strikes. I just don't get why we're talking about the schedule and exact times and everything else. Too much talk, not enough action. Still battling it out here in the comments. See, hey King B, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Chris says wash your hands. I certainly did. And Frank says I was raised by pimps and players. Yep, ain't no these young bucks ain't no players no more. See what else is going on over here. See if there's any update from the embassy here. I don't think so. They just put a link that says worldwide caution. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. What does that exactly mean? Increased caution. Is there like a little bit of caution, a whole lot of caution, increased in caution? Doesn't look like anything significant. So I'll just go ahead and put that back up on the screen there for anybody who's just checking in and waking up and not aware of this worldwide alert update for U.S. citizens abroad. Top James says Obama bombed 7 Middle East countries without Congress, as did other presidents. You know, rich people and politicians make up the rules as they go along, and us poor folks just have to follow them. We violate the rules, we get smacked down. Yeah, there's no more OPSEC. None of that. When you got dudes on, just pissed me off about that shit when they're tweeting that shit out about the meals on board that U.S. Navy ship, crying to the mothers. And the next thing you know, the Secretary of War has got to get involved because they're complaining about the food. Why does anybody need a damn cell phone? I don't get it. Okay, we were talking about earlier. I'll just sort of go over it again because people come in and out during these long live streams, right? And again, the article is entitled U.S. Strikes Cut Roads and Bridges in Southern Iran as Ground Assault Talks Grow. U.S. strikes have destroyed bridges, tunnels, and rail links across southern Iran in a 7th straight night of attacks, severing roads to the Strait of Hormuz coast and feeding talk in Washington and Tehran that a ground assault may follow. On Friday, the provincial governor's office said 6 bridges had been struck in Khamir County alone. This road tunnel was reportedly damaged in both directions, and again hitting these bridges.
Give me your water. You're yelling at them.
Iranian media is reporting missile strikes on power facilities and desalination pumps in the coastal city of Jask, leaving 10,000 people in 20 villages without water. The Maritime Control Tower at Chabahar, which the Tehran Daily described as civilian infrastructure, was hit for the 3rd time in a week.
Oh.
Thank you very much, baby. No RC? There you go. You ever had to eat MREs and you got dudes complaining about the damn pizza or whatever aboard the ship? We just don't have any sympathy for you. So, Port City going quiet. The cumulative effect is visible in Bandar Abbas, the provincial capital and Iran's main commercial gateway on the strait. The city has gone semi-dormant under the blockade and the severing of its road links. With the activity at Shahid Rajeh, if I say that right, the country's largest container port, reduced to a minimum. All right, so let me pull that up on the map so we can sort of see where they're talking about. SHAHID. RAJ. I need somebody doing all this research here. Oh my gosh. Alright, so right in here in this area here. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So again, this container port activity reduced to a minimum. Half the workforce been laid off. Those who are still there working for minimum pay. Got 4,000 containers stranded in the port's yard. So the blockade closed the sea route, and now the strikes on the bridges are closing the roads. And then we go on to talk of a ground campaign. According to Trump, when asked about sending ground troops, the president declined to rule it out. Sometimes you need a ground campaign. We have other people who would do the ground campaign for us. He said American forces had already struck Karg Island, the hub of Iran's oil exports, 2 or 3 times with instructions to spare the oil terminals themselves. So the restraint that we see in this campaign is they don't want to break the gas station or anything supporting the gas station. So here you go. The vice president says the U.S. is not going to send ground troops. But other U.S. officials have said the attacks on southern Iran are designed to give Trump options. And this hardline lawmaker from Tehran wrote on social media that the destruction of the South's transport links is most likely the prelude to a ground attack, arguing that the damaged roads and bridges would hamper the movement of Iranian forces ahead of any attempt to seize these islands or key points on the coast. So just logic, looking at the map, hitting all these bridges and stuff. Well, what the guy says makes sense. They're just prepping the battlefield for some type of ground op. What are they, to either take that island, take the port, take a limited area right there. Let me go to your comments for a second here. Let's see. Iran's not a fucking gas station. Iran is Persia that has stood for thousands of years longer. Okay, but nobody cares. Nobody cares about the history. They care about today. I love history. I study history. You know, I love it. But truth be told, what do Americans care about? Price of gas. What does everybody in the world care about? How much is gas? How much is LPG? They don't give a shit about the history of the place. They care about how much is a tank of gas so I can cook my food, fuel my car. So it's a gas station. Nobody cares about anything else. They care about themselves and feeding their family. Let's just be truthful about it. So yeah, I love history too. But nobody gives a shit about how long Persia has been around for. They care about the price of gas to put in the trike, how much it costs to fill up my truck, my big rig, my F-250, and the price of vegetables and the price of chicken. That's just reality. Nobody cares. You ever listen to that interview of Saddam Hussein? I think the guy was a Phoebe that was interviewing him. I can't remember. You know, and I asked Saddam, did you have weapons of mass destruction? Like he's an expert interrogator. And Saddam basically said, are you a fool? You were invading my country. You were coming across the borders with your military, invading my country. Don't you think that I would have used everything in our arsenal against you? You were invading my country. Of course we didn't have any of that shit, or we would have used it against you. Like, you're an idiot. You were invading my country. Of course, if we had that, we would have used it. The answer is, we didn't, because we didn't have nothing. I mean, it's just the way things should be, and then there's reality. You know, talking about collection plates yesterday, sending collection plate around for the building fund. You know what I mean? If y'all ever went to church in the South, you know what a building fund is. And Cedric the Entertainer told a joke about that, right? But if you've been at a church in the South, at some point after church is over, they're going to talk about the building fund and pass the collection plate around a second time for the building fund. Oh shit, you know, damn, if I knew they were going to talk about that building fund, I wouldn't have came today. Now they got to hit me twice. So I mean, here's the reality. If we pass the collection plate around right now to help Iran, who would put money in there? Anybody interested in putting money in the collection plate to help the Iranians? Who's gonna put some money in there? Truth be told, what we care about is the price of gas at the gas station. Let's see, Termy says in those same final interviews, Saddam admitted he purposely led the world into believing he had them to deter Iran. He viewed Iran as the larger existential threat from the USA. there you go. Warfare, all warfare is based on deception. So, come on. We knew there wasn't no. We knew he didn't have any weapons of mass destruction. It was all bullshit. It was Gulf of Tonkin. You got to have a reason, right? You got to have a reason. You know, poor old Colin Powell didn't want to go up there and stand up there and tell them lies. You can see it in his face. He really didn't want to do it, but that's what he did. That's what he had to do. Don't make it right. That's just the way of the world. That's what I'm saying. Till you hit 50, you just don't get it. You live through these events and you get to that age and you realize there's a way it should be, the way it's taught, the facade, the fakeness, and then there's just the way it is. But you listen to the man's story, it makes 100%. Somebody's breaking into your house. And they're coming into your house. Aren't you going to use every available weapon that you can to repel a home invasion? You know what I mean? You got a handgun or you got a stick. What are you going to reach for? You're going to reach for the gun, right? So Saddam having weapons of mass destruction, you were coming across my borders, invading my country. Of course we would have used everything and anything we had against you. Well, I don't even know what the U.S. debt's up to. What is it, 34 trillion now? Frank says 61.54 pesos to the dollar. My goodness. Yeah, back in the day, we're happy as long as it stayed at 50. Okay, so back to this article. If you're just joining us, we're talking about the discussions and articles about the U.S. is just prepping the battlefield, hitting these bridges in preparation for some type of ground invasion. You know, analysts note that a week of airstrikes has not and is not going to reopen the strait. Controlling it durably may ultimately require forces on the coast or islands that command it, a step that no amount of bombing substitutes for. Everybody's got their own opinion and analysis. Let's see. This lady says Washington has now moved into what she described as the battle over the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not the battle or the war in Iran. It's the battle over the strait. Okay, put that alert back up there for anybody who's just tuning in so they know what's going on. There's also a link to the alert down in the description. Okay, Aviation Day says 39 trillion. 39 trillion is the current debt. Okay, so we're discussing, yeah, the rain stopped. It's a beautiful day now. Nice, beautiful, cool afternoon here in the Philippines. Coming up on 2 o'clock. Been live for 4 hours and 31 minutes. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. We're just having a discussion on what's going on over in Iran, sort of, after the State Department put out this worldwide caution. And again, if you're just joining me, the alert, okay, noted. That's about it. I'm not packing up and going anywhere or doing anything different. Let's see. Hey, Tom, how you doing? Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, and you know, folks, I tell you, when I do these live streams, just hanging out, you know, a lot of this is sort of selfish for me. I learn more during these long live streams from you fine folks out there and from your comments forcing me to pull up a new article or do some research. I learn more, you know, just sitting here doing these live streams, and obviously if I sat here and just looked at the computer by myself. So I learn a lot from doing this stuff on topics that I just never sat down and researched before, right? So I certainly enjoy doing these streams, even though the old lady says don't talk about politics. And, you know, just provide a forum where we can all discuss what's going on. Let's see, Aviation Day says the debt's growing at 7 billion per day. Okay, so what I was going to bring up, you know, what's going on over in the Ukraine and Russia with the Ukraine hitting targets deep inside Russia and Moscow. Me and my buddy were sitting there just discussing how many times would the U.S. allow another nation to hit Washington, D.C. before the gloves came off. Okay? And that's what I want to talk about for a minute. Boom! KC Cool Daddy coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much. Lighten up, be cool again in the right way. Alright, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I mean, a lot of restraint is being shown by the Russians. And people can sit there and say the Ukrainians are winning or this and that. It doesn't change the fact, right? Am I wrong here? But Russia has nuclear weapons and the Ukraine does not. How long are you going to allow the Ukrainians to strike targets as they've been doing before some type of decisive blow goes back their way, until the gloves come off and they really, really hammer these guys? It's like they're poking the bear way too much. They've been poking the bear way too much. And so if the situation was the same, we're another nation. I'm not talking 9/11. It's a different story. If a nation kept sending drones and hitting targets in and around Washington, D.C., how long would we take that in America before we hammered that nation? It's pretty clear where it's coming from. It's coming from the Ukraine, right? There's no question. And they're hitting these targets. It's not like they're just hitting targets down there on the border. They're hitting targets, well, we've all seen the news, all over the place. How long is Putin going to allow this to go on? Doesn't make sense to me. I mean, name a country and they start hitting targets in and around Washington, D.C. How long, how many strikes would we allow before something very decisive happened? Okay, that's a very good point. You hit too close to your own country, then you've got the winds carrying fallout over your own country. That's maybe one deterrent. Maybe that is the deterrent. That's logic. That makes perfect sense. Now, this Zelensky character, Captain Funnybeard, they're just a merry band of thieves over there taking money from the U.S., putting it in their pockets. At some point, he'll move to wherever. He'll move to Dubai and live happily ever after with millions in the bank. And you know, we talked about it on a previous live stream where what's that website or that organization? They send chicks out with hidden cameras and they go out on dates with all these government officials, and they'll just get a couple drinks in them and start telling stories. And the guy that I saw the video, he said his first day in Ukraine, he watched some Ukrainian government officials steal, what was it, $10 million? They each got $1 million each out of this program. They all went out, you know, bought new Mercedes and new houses or whatever. He said that was his first day in the Ukraine. Saw it with his own eyes. They stole 10 million and they each got $1 million apiece. That's on a low level. That's low level shit. And we just keep sending them money. Americans can't afford to buy Jimmy Dean sausage and put on their breakfast table. And these assholes over there, I mean, watch the video. It's on, maybe I can pull it up here in a minute. His first day there, watched them steal 10 million. Million apiece. Yeah, I think everybody's got an opinion who's winning and who's losing over there. Let's see, the U.S. is geographically protected. But I think historically, you know, our oceans have been our safety. But now I've put the videos up there. You've seen these new drone subs that are being developed by, I mean, it's no secret now, everybody's developing these drone submarines. The one that I think it's Lockheed just put out, the damn thing can sit on the bottom of the ocean. It can surface and launch drones. It can launch torpedoes. It can launch different weapons packages. But the damn thing can sit on the bottom of the ocean. If it gets low batteries, it can go up and attach to a cargo ship and recharge itself just by leaching onto the bottom of the cargo ship. You know, it just puts out whatever you want to call it to recharge the batteries, right? And soon these things will just litter the oceans, waiting for commands to take action. Now think about that. The drone sub can launch torpedoes. It can launch drones. It's not manned. It can recharge itself. No ship is safe. You know what I mean? 100 of those things can pop up off the U.S. coast and launch drones and missiles and torpedoes and everything else. I don't want to say they're expendable, but you see China's manufacturing capability. What did they say last year? And I got this off another. China built like 1,000 ships, and we built 3. You know, wars are won and lost in factories, and China's got us beat. So are we as safe as we used to be because of our oceans? Not with this drone submarine technology. That's it's just some all the drone technology is scary. But imagine just sitting there on the beach and all of a sudden 100 damn drone subs surface and start launching drones. That's crazy. It's here. It's already here. Yeah, Kel, I'm hesitant to pull up any of that stuff because if there's any blood and gore on there, the next thing you know, I'm getting spanked by the Google squirrel. So I got to sort of check it out before I put any of that stuff up there. I know if I put CENTCOM up there, it's pretty sanitized, right? Let's see, Top James says, what we have in space, America will be fine. Yeah, I mean, with the drone technology, is there a need to ever have another manned aircraft? And with the drone submarine technology, is there a need for a navy? I mean, think about this. You have these things littered all over the ocean that can take out a ship just by a command. It changes everything about warfare. Why do you need manned aircraft? Why do you need personnel on ships if they can just be taken out with these drone subs that are everywhere? Okay, let me go over here and refresh my screen, see if we got anything coming in from. See, we're sitting here talking about drones. Iran lawmaker talking about how their low-cost drones are beating U.S. defenses. They're trying to use multi-million-dollar systems to intercept low-cost equipment. Let me see if I can pull up this. Yeah, here it is. It's by Lockheed Martin. It's called Lamprey, the next generation of undersea autonomy. Let me pull it up over here so I can put it up on the screen. This video is 5 months old. This is what they're putting out. I'm not logged in over here, so I gotta skip ads, so just give me a second. I'm not going to put the sound on there because I don't think they would, but I don't want to get a copyright claim. Maybe if I just keep talking. But this is the Lamprey MMAUV multi-mission autonomous undersea vehicle. Is a new class of smart, stealthy, do-it-all submersibles built to disrupt and deny enemy forces at sea. Okay, so they're not the only ones building it or have built it or introduced it, but the thing can basically loiter on the bottom of the ocean there till it receives a command or whatever it's designed to do. You've got these docking anchors where it can hitch a ride on a ship or a sub and recharge its batteries. I mean, it can hitch a ride, but it can put these little propellers out with a built-in hydrogenator. Operates with full mission autonomy. I mean, this is some scary technology. This thing will do everything that a ship will do. I mean, if you look at it like that, that thing can take out a ship, deploys decoys, let's see if it's going to launch the drones here. There you go. Deploys aerial drones for surveillance or strike. It can send out a disruptive decoy, confusing and disrupting enemy sensors, creating virtual decoys to draw adversaries off target, deployable drone launcher. Boom, damn thing launches torpedoes. If this launches torpedoes, why do we need submarines now? You don't need submarines anymore. Seabed to space relay. There you go. It's one of the latest from Lockheed Martin right there. So if this thing is public and Lockheed is making it, obviously the Chinese has got a version, right? Why wouldn't they? The Chinese has got a version, and then it comes down to who can manufacture the things the quickest. It's obviously the Chinese. We build one, they build 100. Now these things are just sitting all over the ocean, off of every coast. And with just one command, the damn thing surfaces and is sending drones hundreds of kilometers from the coast. That's pretty damn scary. 1,000 of those things surface. Just say each of them sends out 3-4 drones. Now you got 5,000 armed drones hitting any city along the coast. Too easy. Aviation Day said, they said on the news tonight, we cannot replenish the bombs fast enough to keep pace. Well, you know who can? The Chinese. There you go, schismosis. Yeah, I don't believe anything the U.S. government tells me. So, every day I'm not surprised. Nothing changes. China doing what the USA did in World War II. Quantity over quality. We talked about this on a previous live stream where Germany's Tiger tanks, their tanks were much better than the U.S. tanks. But they required, so many skilled craftsmen to maintain them and to make them. I mean, they were works of art. What were the Sherman tanks? Mass produced. You could fix the thing with a wrench and a roll of duct tape. And it was quantity over quality. There's a report where one of the German tank commanders sent a report, and he said, "We're low on fuel." What did he say? We run out of ammo. We keep killing them, but enemy is unlimited. And it was just a numbers game. And it goes back to wars. A lot of wars are won or lost in factories, and we beat them in the factory where quantity overruled quality. Quality was actually part of their demise. If something broke on that tank, you had to have a specialist fix it. So here we are, current day, and somebody can fact check me, but I think that's what they said, that last year China built 1,000 ships. We built, is it 3? Somebody can fact check that. But there was a big disparity on how many ships were built. Okay, the West is decoupling from Chinese manufacturing for that very reason. The West needs to have their own manufacturing to keep pace, or it will lose a war. I don't think we're ever going to catch up. And Elon Musk brought this point up during an interview. He said, we can't beat the Chinese in manufacturing for sheer numbers because they have more people. So even if you look at the numbers of people, their numbers of people are X amount of times what we have in the U.S. So just by the sheer numbers of people, we cannot compete with their manufacturing output. We have to have more people. If you take every human can work 10 hours a day or whatever, they have significantly more man hours available than we do. How do you compete with that? Okay, Kel, is that a good number right there? They're supposed to build 1,000 J-20 stealth fighters this year alone. That sounds like a lot, but hey, it's China. They can pull it off. How can the U.S. compete with that? I mean, it takes us 5 years arguing over contracts and appeal processes, and was this bid fair for a project to even get off the ground, when China just goes out and starts building shit. And see, Top James says America has a sea and space covered for all-out war. The problem is China's catching up and passing us up. Okay, look up the Russian Poseidon nuclear sub drone. Let me see if I can search for that right quick. Okay, that's Russia's developing an autonomous nuclear torpedo. Alright, so hold on a second. Let me get it up on the other screen. Okay, Russia is developing an autonomous, and again, I'm not going to put the sound on here because I'll end up with some type of copyright. They may hit me anyhow. It's from the Wall Street Journal 2 years ago. So I'm just going to read the description while the video plays, and maybe they won't copyright me. Wall Street Journal want that money. Okay, so this is from 2024. Autonomous nuclear torpedo called the Poseidon that Russian President Vladimir Putin says can evade all existing defenses. And experts say if it works, it will give Moscow a new way to target NATO countries and military bases. The torpedo will be equipped on submarines, but what happens after it is launched is debated. It's been shrouded in mystery and misinformation. So let me see if I can get to... Okay, so there's a lot of info on it. I'm not going to play that whole video. I'm already running the gauntlet getting this stream demonetized. But basically, so they've got a new nuclear torpedo which can potentially travel, I don't want to say indefinitely, but you know what I mean. It's not going to run out of gas. And if that's correct, it's got a 2 megaton warhead on it. Okay, so that's the brief of it. So everybody's developing stuff not only for the air, not only for the ground, but for the oceans as well. So in the near future, how is any Navy, going to be safe from all this technology? Why put sailors on a ship when all this stuff is littered on the bottom of the ocean that's able to sink a ship? I mean, will there be a manned surface Navy in the next 20 years? Okay, so Terman Cobra says they're not building per year. That's how many they want by the year 2030. So maybe they're building 250 a year. There you go. If you can program a Tesla to drive through the streets of New York, a torpedo under the water is easy. Okay, according to Kell, they say it can sit off of a harbor indefinitely until called upon, and then it can set off a flooding. They call it a tsunami bomb. When are we humans ever going to learn? We're just constantly coming up with new ways to kill each other. I guess that's just the way it's going to be until they invent a cure for human nature. 201 thumbs ups. I got 5 thumbs downs. Thank y'all very much for everything. If you're just joining me, we're just talking about this worldwide caution alert that the State Department has put out. All the language is going across the bottom of your screen, but basically it's not just a warning for the Middle East, it's a worldwide warning for any U.S. citizens abroad. Personally, I'm not going to change anything about my day. Not packing up and going to America or batting down the hatches, or if I had a flight, I'm not changing my flight over it. But you're the captain of your own destiny. Make sure you're aware of what they're putting out. And then the other question we've been debating is this sort of like a warning, a CYA warning that things over there are about to escalate? And we've covered a couple of articles discussing how the targeting recently sort of looks like they're trying to cut off that area around Bandar Abbas, maybe possibly as a prelude to some type of limited ground invasion. All speculation, but that's all we're discussing is the mysteries of life. All right, got 144 folks checking in, watching. Thank y'all very much. Okay, let me refresh my screen, see if there's anything new here. See, U.S. backs Iraq pipeline plans to bypass Hormuz. Okay, which is good in theory, but then you just have people attacking the pipeline. Go over to Al Jazeera, see what they're talking about. Okay, again, they're talking about this earthquake. So Khuzestan in Iran puts emergency services on alert after an earthquake. So not only are they getting hit by the U.S. military, a magnitude 5 earthquake struck the southwestern province this morning. Okay, and then this is the most recent, 16 minutes ago, from Al Jazeera. Retaliatory Iranian attacks were limited to one country overnight. In the past 3 days, this was the least intense night in Iran. So the list of targets compared to the previous days is shorter. See, Kesem Island has been hit. Several cities in 2 provinces were already hit. And the sounds of fighter jets were heard in Kish Island, but no explosions were reported. This is perhaps why Iranian retaliation was relatively limited to only one country, which was Kuwait. Iranians say their attacks are a reaction to American aggression, and they're keeping it proportionate. that's the question. Are they really keeping it proportionate, or are they starting to run low on stocks? Resident says the demand for water has increased in Kuwait. Kuwait has accused Iran of attacking a power and water plant for the second time. One Kuwaiti resident told the media that there were fears that basic goods might become unavailable if the escalation continues. The demand for water and canned goods has increased since this morning amid fears that services or supply chains will be affected. Then one of the residents said the streets and beaches are almost empty even though it's a holiday. And that's reporting coming out of Kuwait. And then as Kel was talking, there's a video circulating that captures the moment an Iranian missile struck Jordan's, how do you say that, Mufawak Salti Air Base, killing 2 U.S. service members and injuring 4 others. Okay, let me review this video here. Okay, yeah, it's not too graphic there. Let's see if I can get that up on the screen. Just a second, I'll pull it up. I think this is it right here. That's the moment an Iranian missile hit an air base in Jordan. Okay, so Termi Cobra, if I'm saying that right, my friend, Iran attacked the Arab states around it is a major error on their part. Yeah, I agree too. Because all the bases that the U.S. has, as long as the Iranians just only attack the American bases, local countries can sit back and say, hey, look, man, you know, we can't stop the Americans from doing what they're doing. They're back and forth. Everybody just wants to stay out of it, even though they are launching from their territory. They would almost still have sympathy, or at least be able to have some empathy for the Iranians. But when the Iranians started hitting outside those bases, they're like, hey, what the hell? So that was a big mistake on their part. But from the Iranian perspective, hey, you launch from their territory, we're going to hit you too. Didn't make them any friends in the region. Now they're pretty much on their own. But if they would have just stuck to hitting the American bases, they would have the sympathy. Okay, 42 seconds ago, this is coming from Al Jazeera. Kuwait Army says it is intercepting Iranian missiles and drones. Kuwait's armed forces are reporting incoming Iranian missile and drone attacks. The Army says that any explosions heard are a result of air defense systems intercepting hostile attacks. This comes after Iran's army claimed it launched a large-scale drone attack on an ammunition depot at Camp Al-Diri and air defense radars at Ali Salim Air Base. So it looks like they've got more incoming according to this article over in Kuwait. In the previous part of the article says they only attacked Kuwait on this particular night. Then Mike, how are you? Mike Escape says the PI is not impervious to conflict. China is knocking at the door. Okay, now look, I'm going to put a video up there. Let me pull it up. I said yesterday I wasn't going to put it up there. But if you're not tracking on some of the news that's going on over here, let me see if I can pull this up. China Daily News just recently put up an AI generated video that's very racist in nature, and the Philippines has launched some formal protests through diplomatic channels about this video. Maybe I shouldn't show the video, but if you're not aware, I better not hit play. I got bad luck. I'll get in trouble if I hit play on it maybe. But there's the screenshot there. China Daily has done a series of articles. Now this website is run by some type of propaganda arm of the Chinese Communist Party. And they're basically talking about how the ruling 10 years ago is invalid, about the ruling against China and their claim to most of the South China Sea. And so they made this AI, obviously racist video depicting Filipinos as you see on the screen. And so you want to know what the CCP thinks about the folks here? Well, they just put it out. But it's what they think about all of us. So if you want to view that video, it's circulating around. But there's obviously a lot of rift going on due to this video that they put out. That's what they think of my kids. That's what the Chinese Communist Party thinks about my kids right there. So I'll go ahead and take that off the screen. I won't put too much of it up there. I don't know what the Google squirrels would do to me if I played a whole video. But if you got a Filipina or what have you, I'm sure she's tracking on it. Maybe she's already briefed you on those videos and the conflict that's floating around over that. Yeah, in my opinion, is the CCP, that's the world's enemy. Everything else is regional, can be resolved at some point. The problem is going to be with the CCP. It is with the CCP. There's a look at the strait, the shipping traffic. Again, I haven't stared at this long enough to really get the feel for it recently. I don't know what's going on, what's not going on. You know, the U.S. has been hitting this southern area up here. The speculation is it in anticipation for some type of ground invasion? Is the strait open? Is it closed? Your guess is as good as mine. Then Mr. Gary says the video that I just pulled up is a Chinese psyop on their own citizens. They only get the news the CCP feeds them. Exactly right. So they're shaping their own people to basically dehumanize folks here. That's what they're doing. The question is why? But again, you know, you've seen them videos where they're teaching kids in certain places in elementary schools how to throw grenades. I mean, you can't make this shit up. Showing them how to throw grenades. But what the crazy part of it was, I was watching this clip, is not only were they teaching them how to throw grenades, but they were teaching them that if somebody throws a grenade at you, somebody's got to jump on it. So not only were they practicing throwing them, they were practicing somebody had to jump on the grenade to save the group. This is what they're teaching children in elementary school. What are we teaching kids in an elementary school in America? How do you compete with that? Well, yeah, Ari, well, I'm not referring to them, okay? I'm telling you that's what China thinks about my kids and my old lady. It's also being reported by the government media. So yeah, so I don't want to show it too much because of the YouTube squirrels. But you know, it pisses me off. That's what the Chinese think about my old lady and my kids. You know? And they're, I guess, you know, I believe in freedom of speech because it allows the person to self-identify of what you really think. And so there you go. The Chinese Communist Party basically self-identifies what they think. Okay, you put it out there, and now there's no question about what you think about my kids. I could fly redneck here because it pisses me off. Okay, the recent scholars in China have said that, oh, we just realized that the Batanes Islands also belongs to China. Some of our scholars doing ancient research. They just keep making shit up as they go. Just drawing lines, making shit up. But it boils down to ink on paper don't mean shit. It's whoever's got the guns that's who gets to make the rules. Yeah, Western elementary schools worried about pronouns. Worried about pronouns and which bathroom you can use, and you can identify as a fucking cat. And over here, they're teaching the kids how to throw grenades and how to jump on a grenade. They also had some bayonet training in the one clip. How do you compete against that? They can build 1,000 ships in a year. We can build 3. So anyhow, you know what's the overall takeaway? The world is a much more confusing and dangerous place than it was when back in the 80s. It seems that way, at least. Maybe it wasn't, because back in the 80s we did nuclear war drills. I don't know if y'all did at your school, but we did at our school. You were scared of the Russians, the Soviets. We were scared of the Soviets and nuclear war. That was the biggest fear. What's worse, being scared of that one main fear, or nowadays there's so many things going on you can't even count them all. There's a lot more uncertainty. It's like it was much less worrying back then. You just worried about the Soviets and nuclear war. All right, 148 folks hanging out. Thank y'all very much for hanging out here on the show. Basically, I woke up this morning and checked out this alert right here. Like, okay, all right, well, let's let everybody know what the State Department's putting out, what they're saying, and then we try to decipher as to why they put the alert out. You know, is it just a good idea fairy covering their ass in case something happens outside the Middle East? Or do we read into this that maybe they're about to ratchet something up? Your guess is as good as mine. But again, how am I reacting to this alert? It ain't changing my day. It's not changing my flight plans. I'm not packing my suitcase. Ain't doing nothing different. Just trying to figure out if I want to put some pork chops on the grill tonight or some chicken wings. But again, other people will interpret this differently, and they'll change their travel plans because the State Department's putting this alert out. You know, screwing up the tourism. But for me, I'm not canceling no trips. If I had flights, I'm not canceling anything because of what the State Department puts out. See, Aviation says, I think that pandemic worked exactly as designed. You know, nobody in their right mind would have thought that would have went down, right? That period of time. But now after that went down, now it's like you can sit back and believe that anything could go down. You know what I mean? That's one lesson that come out of that. Something that you thought humanity couldn't do to one another, they did. And now what's next? Who would have thought that the whole world, we'd allow these people to lock us down? But it happened. And so now what's next? You'd have to believe it if somebody said, hey, they're going to do this. You'd have to believe it because you never would have believed the shit would have went down in 2020. Yeah, chicken wings on the grill. Even though the ladies keep complaining I cook chicken too much. They eat chicken so much they're going to grow feathers. Like, good. There's more chicken wings for me. But they could eat fish every night. Don't complain about eating fish every night. But chicken, you can't eat chicken every night. Unless you say, hey, y'all want to go to Jollibee? Oh yeah, everybody's ready to go. Yeah, I must be totally frank. It's just business as usual. Not changing my plans because it's something the State Department put out. Okay, while I was, looking at this China Daily site with that uproar that's going on over here, there's another article talking about Chinese humanoid robots used in landmark surgery. They got a picture of these two humanoid robots working as a team to perform a laparoscopic gallbladder removal during a preclinical trial. Okay, so these two Chinese-made humanoid robots costing less than $14,000 each. Now look, this is coming out of China Daily. This is run by the Chinese Communist Party, what they want people to think and believe. Okay, just let you know the source of this. This is the same source that put out that AI generated racist video. So two Chinese made humanoid robots, 14 grand a piece, have helped perform the world's first live animal surgery. They're doing it on animals, but a live animal surgery using surgical robotics, marking a breakthrough that could reshape the economics of the emerging technology that's previously been dominated by a multi-million-dollar specialized system. The feat, achieved by researchers at the University of California, San Diego. Okay, so alright, so there's a twist to it. They did this in San Diego using Unitree Robotics G1 humanoid robot. Underscores how China's rapidly maturing robotics supply chain is beginning to challenge not only technological barriers but also the high cost business that has defined surgical robots for decades. Okay, so they're not saying we invented the technology or we're the first to use some type of robotics to conduct surgery. But what they're saying is these things are 14 grand a piece. So the surgical team doing this costs $28K. I mean, that's a fraction of what any surgery in the US costs, right? According to China, they've exported $67 million worth of surgical robots in the first half of this year, up more than threefold. And they've expanded to 49 markets. So this was published in the journal Nature, if they're telling the truth, earlier this month. It marked the world's first successful minimally invasive surgery on live animals performed by general-purpose humanoid robots under remote control. Okay, so this preclinical study, they used 2 Unitree G1 humanoid robots to perform 2 live gallbladder removal procedures. Now, they're not saying what animal they did this on. Surgeons remotely control the robots. In one operation, a single robot worked alongside a human surgeon. In the second, 2 robots operated to complete the procedure together. Now, why aren't they telling me what animal they were operating on? This is what China says. No, wait a minute. This is not a China. This is not Michael Yip, a professor at UCSD. What's that? University of California, San Diego. Says that this can help address the healthcare crisis in the United States. So to solve our healthcare crisis in the U.S., we're going to rely on Chinese humanoid robots to do the surgeries. Obviously, it's going to take some time before they get approval for this for human patients, because they're going to need large scale validation. Isn't it kind of crazy how this article is not saying what animal they operated on? Let's see if I can find this in Nature magazine. Nobody wants to admit what they were operating on. Okay, so here we go. According to Dr. Professor Google, 2 modified G1 or Unitree G1 humanoid robots successfully performed gallbladder removal surgery on live pigs. So the Chinese didn't want to tell me. They didn't want to put it out there they were operating on pigs. Had to research this. So $14,000 robots, which most custom-built surgical robot platforms are over $1 million, can do gallbladder surgery. That's the takeaway. So if that's the case, okay, in the near future, I mean, the technology itself is 2 robots, is 28 grand. So you buy the 2 robots, 28 grand. They can do the surgery themselves, take a gallbladder out. I mean, hell, shouldn't surgeries be dirt cheap now in the United States? And I guess the question is, would you trust a robot to do all these surgeries? I guess people already do, right? And these eye surgeries and stuff. Let's see. Termy Cobra says they can practice on pigs until they exceed human skills, which they will. Yeah, so I think Elon Musk, they're using robots, right, to put the chips in the heads and the brains. But the question is, would you rather have a surgeon or a robot operate on you? Do surgeons make mistakes? Yeah, obviously. But can a robot make a mistake? Is there a glitch in the software or the program, or loses power? What would you rather do? Have a robot do neurosurgery on you, or a surgeon? They need to start with fixing the wait times in the emergency department first. Okay, Mr. Gary says we've had the Da Vinci non-humanoid surgical robot in the West for at least 10 years. Okay, and I think the point of this is the price. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but I think the point of this was, number one, they can do it themselves. You know, you just have two robots in there, whether they be in remote controlled or what have you. What's the price of the robots? Most of these systems are $1 million plus, purpose built. These robots will be mass produced and cost less than $14,000 each. And you're not talking about you got to buy 2 robots for 1 surgery. You're talking what these things will do however many surgeries a day. They don't get tired. They can do surgeries 24 hours a damn day. The only downtime will be sterilizing them for 14 grand. So you've got a surgeon for 14 grand. Okay, so Termy Cobra says over 4,000 preventable surgical mistakes occur in U.S. hospitals every year. Operating on the wrong body part, wrong procedure, or leaving foreign objects. And Chris says, watching today reminded me of when I walked into the VFW AC and they're watching Fox News and talking U.S. government. For me, I moved to the PI to get away from that BS. Yep. Yeah, a little kind of crazy. That's what I talk about too, and here I'm talking about politics. Sometimes I just can't help myself. B Pumpkin says, stop talking about that. Every now and then I do it. I'm a redneck. Stubborn. So every now and then this is what I find myself talking about. I'll get tired of it and I'll go back to barbecuing. But that's the thing about doing what I'm doing. You know what? If I want to play a weatherman, I can play one here on YouTube. I can read like anybody else. It's like I can read this alert. Now I'm an anchor man. Okay. Well, folks, with that, I mean, it looks like we just got a battle royale going down in the chat box here. I don't even know what y'all are arguing about, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and call this one good. Been live for 5 hours and 40 minutes. It's 3 o'clock. I think I'm gonna enjoy my Sunday afternoon with the kids. So I want to thank y'all very much for joining me. Hope you at least got some entertainment, maybe learned something. We'll see what happens over there in the Middle East. As things develop. When am I going back to Fatima's village to check up on everyone? I love that era. I'm thinking Christmas time, maybe 2032, unless it's a leap year. Then I'll go in 2036, sometime around there. Nah, I don't know. I don't got no plans to go back down there anytime soon. I mean, I'm sure she wanted to go for her sister's graduation. We just had too much going on. Who knows? Maybe we go down there Christmas. I don't know. Obviously, we miss Grandma. Miss everybody down there. But no, I don't have any plans anytime soon. Kids got school, so the earliest time would be Christmas if we do go. And they're all welcome to come up here anytime they want. You know, all the time. Hey, ask Grandma if she want to come up and spend a month. Grandma's got too much stuff going on. But yeah, I do miss that aspect. Every Sunday going to Family Day, the kids enjoy it. I miss that aspect. Yeah, we used to have a place to stay in the village. Alright, so I'll go around the horn. Y'all put your final comments up there. I guess I could go over right quick what's going on here. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me just show you the weather over here. What's going on? I'll just go around the horn right quick. What's going on here locally? We've got a volcano status of 3 on the Mayan. Safety protocols remain as the Mayan's still at alert level 3. Where's that at? It's right there north of Legazpi. And oh, zoom out there. There's the old lady's village right there. And I think the other one's at alert level 2. Mount Canlaon. Let's check that. That's at a 2. Interesting fact, the volcanoes of the Philippines, they've got a list here of 24 active volcanoes here that they keep an eye on, if you're just wondering. There's sort of a map of the active and potentially active volcanoes of the Philippines. And then here's the earthquake info. Everybody asked me, hey, did you see the earthquake? Or did you hear about the earthquake? I'm like, which one? So you sit there, all of these that are reported, looks like a 4.5 is the highest so far today, at a 4.2 since midnight, a 4.5. See, refresh, we'll check the latest news. Coming straight from the government site. Okay, anything going on for the tourist or the expat? Here you go. Here's something interesting. Delta Air Direct LAX to Manila flights in 2027. Okay, so Delta Airlines announced a non-stop service. The route will operate 3 times a week from March 28 to June 6, 2027, and then will expand to daily flights by June 7th. Making Delta the only U.S. carrier to operate direct flights between the 2 cities. Okay, so there we go. As of July 18th, Department of Transportation has recorded at least 700,000 plus visitors from the U.S., placing the country as its top source market for international visitors. Okay, so there you go. Delta Airlines coming up next year. Will be offering direct flights. And 10 to Y raises the bar anew for Philippine rooms with 2 goals in the U.S. Alright, so there you go. That's a quick down and dirty of what's going on here locally. Not much really. Just a beautiful afternoon after a good rain this morning. And all is well. Yeah, everybody remembers when Mount St. Helens cooked off. way back in the day. Yeah, Todd, y'all take care. And again, everybody's still battling it out. It's a battle royale in the comments. Frank, have a good one. I must be totally Frank. Have a good one. And everybody else out there, if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up. I got 213 thumbs ups. I got 7 thumbs down. Thanks to everybody who sent super chat. I think I put everybody up on the board. If I missed anybody, it wasn't intentional. Matter of fact, you know what? Just to be sure, I'll just throw everybody up on the broadcast here. So big shout out to Hank. Thank you very much. Thank you to Romano. Kentucky Tom, thank you. And David, thank you as well. The Mighty P-Man, we certainly appreciate it. Stuart, thank you, my good friend. And KC Cool Daddy, thank you very much. There we go. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Thank y'all very much. Yeah, sounds like a vigorous debate going on. Okay, with that, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off out of here as soon as I forget the finish button. Y'all have a good one. Make sure you hug your wife, your kids, your parents, your grandparents, your family members. I'm just glad I got another day on this earth, spend with my kids and the old lady. There's obviously a lot of chaos going on around the world. I can't do nothing about it. I can be aware of it, and I guess the awareness just makes me want to spend more time with my kids and just feel blessed that I'm still among the living here on this beautiful planet that we call the Earth. I'll see y'all on the next one, folks. I'm out of here. Y'all have a good one and peace out.